Hello and welcome. So today we'll actually be building out a very cool platform, and this is actually LoviAI. So we'll actually be building it section by section, and we're going to basically explore lots and lots of features, right? So because right now I'm going to show you how you can optimize your images and make them like production ready, right? So and lots of things, right? So yeah, so this is basically it. We scroll down, you can see we basically have a little image here with different frames. So I'll show you how I'm actually using Figma motion to achieve this. You can see we're moving from one frame to the other, but still the same image and so on. So it's particularly straightforward. And then we have the description phase right here. We have a little icon here, don't forget. And also we have the chart section. So we'll be building this as well, right? So we have all of these, we have all of those, and then we have a different card section, right? So here is just a way for us to be able to picture the chart and so on, right? So then we have a corresponding card that kind of ask some questions and so on, right? And then we have a very cool section, right? This is a section, it's more like a Twitch section, right? We have all the reviews from our enthusiasts and so on. So this is actually very scrollable horizontally, so you can scroll, you can be able to see the different view contents of each of these cards, right? So I just have one card repetitive, by the way. So yeah, we have the FAQ section. You can click, open, close, and so on, right? And then we have a different section where you can actually just say, oh, is this your current state of your skin, and so on. And then we have a large banner section where we are just asking, where we are just saying what we do. And then we have the field logo section, we have the app section as well. And then there we go, we have the footer section. So this is something that we'll be building today. If you are excited, we're going to definitely just jump right in. And before we actually move into the code implementation, I'm going to walk you guys through how it looks like on the mobile. So this is exactly a mobile, this is iPhone XC, and you can see we have the animation still coming in as expected nicely, right? So I can come in here and refresh this real quick so you guys can exactly see how this looks like on the mobile, right? So you can see all of this flow, and we can scroll up, keep scrolling. You can see we have the chart flow as well. Then we have the visualization flow as I shown before. So this is the view it takes on the mobile device. And then we have the question part, and then we have the scroll part, right? So on mobile, you can still scroll it to the left like this, right? Pretty straightforward here. You can still scroll it to the left and then scroll to the right. So it's still pretty much easy. And this is actually just custom built. It's very straightforward. I'll show you how you can achieve that using Flex. And then we have the FAQ section, and then we have the big banner section, boom, and then we have the footer. So this is exactly what we're building, and it's actually available on lovi-ai.forsale.app. And yeah, so let's get started. LoviAI, and what it does is basically, it's just a cosmetic kind of app, right, where you can try on different skin tones and so on. So what we'll be doing today, basically, we're going to be building out the initial layout for it. And the way that works is we're going to follow the same standard we normally follow. And we're going to start from getting the assets and fixing up the color scheme to basically transitioning into building out the entire app section by section, right? So without much delay, we might want to just get started, right? So as we see here, we have the a little thing there. And the first thing I normally do is we just head over to the actual repo. And what we'll do is we can just come in here. So you can see we have the main, and then we have the starter. So the main branch is not something you should worry about. It's the one that contains the latest code as the entire developed app. But the starter branch at the other end is meant for for if you want to basically like follow up with the entire lesson. So I advise you start from the starter. And what we're going to do, we're going to click on this code, and then we're just going to copy the link right there. So then go to any folder of your choice. I'm just going to use my terminal right here. And what you need here is to basically clone the repo using the same command. And this is going to clone the repo right there, and then we're gonna take like a couple of seconds, and it's always usually very fast. And there we are. So now we have the repo, as you can see here. So we can actually change into the repository, and when you do ls, you can see we have everything that we need, at least for the most part. So the very next thing we do is to install our node modules, right? So we can actually do this by using the npm high command or the npm install command. So this is going to try to install all the node modules for us. And while this is actually going on the background, we can actually switch into the app again and try to export all the assets that will be needed, right? And also the fonts. So now let's select this one out. You can see we're using the insert font. So this is actually very evident that this application is using as a primary font Inter. Okay, so let's check this out. So this one is, let's see, let's have it selected for the first part. So this is actually Inter, so it's now clear that we're using the Inter font. So let's go again here, Inter, good. We have to be sure that everything is mostly Inter. So most of these are actually like images, so you don't have to worry about those. So let's try this one out, Inter as well. So now I think with that you can actually just draw the conclusion that this entire application is built off of the Inter font, which is good, which is a good thing. Right, so we'll configure the inter font right now, and the way we go about that is I can just open this up, and I can open this up in my VS Code. Okay, so this is going to open up as expected. I'm just going to go to the source, I'm going to go to the app, I'm going to go to the layout. So within the layout, you can see, when you clone the repo, you're going to have the entire font by default. So that's what we're having right here. And we're going to change the title as well as the description. So this is going to be the LoviAI cosmetic app. Cosmetic, not cosmetic. I don't know what the hell that is. All right, so then we have the description. So you can just say all right, so yeah, so that's something that we just added as a brief description for the page, right? And that's fine, right? So we're going to basically like check up on our installation if it's done. Now it's done. Ideally, most for the most part, you're going to see like whenever you see this, right? So what I normally advise is you can just address all the issue at once. You can use this command to address issues that you're having. But many times when you clone from the official Next.js website, you're not going to have issues like this. But yeah, I think this report is kind of getting old, but it's fine. I think this is actually using Next 13, but now I think we're in Next 15 or something. All right, so we're going to try to resolve all of those severe vulnerabilities, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, so while that is actually going on in the background, we have our font setup, good for us. And the next thing to do is to basically try to export our assets. So we're going to start from here, and what we do from here is this is actually basically tests, right? So we have this one. I'm going to try to click on that. Okay, very good. Okay, so this is actually just a test as the case may be. So we're just going to paste it in and then try to style it for the most part. Okay, so that's good. And the next thing we do, don't worry about the shapes. We're going to use a circular structure to want to achieve this, right? So it's very easy. All right, so now let's get the first asset. So this is going to be, I think we have quite a lot here going on, right? So we have quite a lot going on. And I would want to basically use Figma motion here because we're going to have the lady, and then we're going to basically overlay on the surface this device, right? So it's going to really just come in smoothly. I think that's better than having like a static image. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to separate the design, right? So I can actually modify this design because I have a copy of it from the community. But what you can do, you can apply the same logic for every design whatsoever. Why? Because you're given a design, you don't have the edit privilege. What you can do is to try to you can just try to duplicate it, right? So it's always very easy. You click on here, right, and then you see duplicate button. So when you do this, you now have access to edit the design and do whatever modification you want to, you want to append, right? So, all right, so let's get back to business. Okay, so what I'm going first, I'm going to select this device. I'm just going to take it here. Okay, so that's actually a device here. Nice. So I'm just going to select it. Just going to take it here. So you can see we have a device. Then we have, oh, these are actually like three things, right? So we have a device, then we have um, the device content, right? So I'm thinking of how good this would be in terms of the animation that we'll be having, right? So we have this, and then we have the content, right? So each of those content can just come in one at a time and so on. So I think that's actually a very good approach to take, at least for the most part. So we basically have to separate all of this into what we're having, right? So we have the device, we have the device cover, I would say, and then we have the content within the actual device. So we're going to export all of this separately, right? And also we have the test. So yeah, so I'm going to take this, just put it somewhere here. Yeah, so then we have the test. So this is fine. So we're going to grab all of these and export them separately so that we can be able to, come play around with with different animation. So yeah, the first thing we do, we're going to export this first case, and I'm just going to click on preview. I'm going to export that real quick. Okay, so yeah, so this for some reason is in zip format. I'm just going to try to delete everything to prevent confusion right there. Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna do delete. Let's wipe them all out. Nice. Okay, so let's unzip this real quick. Maybe we can just go inside without unzipping. Okay, so this is going to be our device frame, and we will just put it in downloads. So I'm going to rename this device device. Okay, so you can let that go. And then we have quite a couple of other things. We have 1, 2, and 3, right? So well, this depends, right? If we want this to basically come on, we could make it like multiple, right? We could just create like a div for it and kind of try to replicate it, right? So I think it's something very feasible. We'll have to run these animations separately, right? While we impute it within the actual frame. So that's the possibility. So what we're going to do, we're going to try to grab all of these items individually, right? And I click on that. So this is the first one. It's not really like complete or something like that. Well, it's actually very much complete. It's because of the sizing of it. So we're going to separate it. Take this one here. Let's grab this one. Take this one here. Let's grab this guy and take this one here. Okay, you can see they are all complete. So we're going to grab each of them, as is, and we're going to put them into a distinct folder. All right, so let's go in there and all right, there we go. So this is going to be, I'm just going to cut it download, paste it here. So this is going to be device content, device content. I'm just going to give it some random prefix, right? Suffix. All right, so there we go. And let's go back to a different one. This one, spot export that, going deep, keep going in, there we go. So I'm going to cut this real quick and go to downloads. I'm going to put that in there, and we're just going to rename this to device content underscore random preface again, surface, so to speak. All right, so we'll delete this out, and we'll grab the third one. We export item, click on that. Okay, so we'll click in this. No, we'll go in, keep going in until we find our item. So we'll cut it real quick. I'll paste it in here. So this is going to be the device content as well. So I'm going to just do device content, and we'll surface it with any random digits. Nice. Okay, so now we have the device frame, we have the content of the device, and then we need this shiny overlay. And then I have it selected. I'm just going to export it. Right, there we go. Okay, so yes, then this should be the shining whatever shape. Nice. So this is going to be the device overlay. Okay, so we're going to cut this, go to downloads, paste it here, and we're just going to rename this device overlay. There we go. And also we have the text, so we could just type that out. That's not an asset. Okay, nice. So then with that, we can actually, we have only two assets here. So let's grab it, and then we can export. Okay, let's put a PNG real quick. So you can call this 3-shape. Nice. Move that real quick. Okay, there we go. And for this, we're just going to grab the image. No, nothing too critical here. Right, so we're going to grab the entire image and click on the export. Oh, the image is not coming through. So let's make sure that is selected. Let's see if we can group. Okay, export again. Boom, we have it. But then we don't have the other device by the left side, right? So yeah, we need to be able to get this device so we can attach it as well. Okay, export. Okay, I'll do this again and export. Alright, so I think this is actually, yeah, this device is a, just weird. Let me do Ctrl+C to make sure we're not playing with anything. So what thing I'm going to do, I'm going to just go for this frame, export it, boom, we have it. But the problem with this is the fact that, okay, so I have to quickly undo all of this so that we can have the initial design. The Ctrl+C real quick, and boom, and we are there. There we go. Nice. Okay, so now I now have access to the frame, so we could use this. But the problem with this is that it basically has some extending sides, and so that's not what we need, right? So I'm going to make a copy. So I'm able to do that is I have it selected and I hit the Alt key on the keyboard and I just drag it to the left, right? So you have it selected, hold the Alt key on your keyboard and drag to the left. All right, so let's check this on. And we basically have this kind of setup. And the next thing we're going to do right now is we're going to try to limit the size of this frame. So you can do this by holding the control key on your keyboard or the command if you're on Mac. Right, I'm just going to drag it to the left and this drag it to the right. So here as well, drag it somewhere around here, and at the bottom, drag it there. Boom, there we go with the frame now. If I click on preview again one more time, let's see, let's make sure that we're doing the right thing. Click on preview, you can see that we have it nice and short. This is exactly what we wanted to achieve. And I'm just going to click on export the framer. Right, so this is something that we are having, and this one I'm just going to rename, and we're going to call this lady on phone. Okay, so yeah, there we go. That's nice, and yeah, so I think that's that. Let's go again. So we basically have two other assets. So I think I will group all of these as, as images, nothing too critical. So I'm just going to either select one, select two, and bring them together. I can just have them as a single image if I want. But let's try to separate them. So I have this first one selected, and I'm just going to click on the export and export this one. Alright, so I'll click on that, go right in there. Okay, so I can cut this, take it to the download. Alright, so the thing with this is I can just prefix it with some random stuff, right? So let's do this with G1 because we have glory there. So you can do G_1, same thing here. Right, so we have this guy selected, export, and export there. So this will be by default the G2. So we cut it, take it to downloads, paste it here, and then we'll just rename it here. So this will be G2, and we can delete all of this. Okay, so we'll grab those images. Nice, good first. So this part on the other end, we could just export as an actual image, I would say. Yeah, because it's more of a snapshot from the application itself, right? So yeah, so many a time the snapshot can change, and then you just have to change the image instead. Okay, so let's see, let's make sure that we're still on the right track. Okay, yeah. So there we go, we have this one selected, and then we click on export, and boom, there we go. But the problem with this is it has some sort of weird background on it. Is that a good sign? Okay, so also here as well, let's see, export. Okay, so this now looks better for some reason. So this is actually a snapshot from the app itself, which is fine. And we're just going to export that. Okay, and we go in right there. So what we're going to call this, we're going to just call this, looks like a chart. So we'll call this cut it first. We take it to downloads, and we're going to rename this to the LoviAI chart. Alright, so name that real quick, and nice. So there we go, and then we basically have quite a few other things, right? So we have the medical license level and the suggestions personalized to you. So these are cards, right? I would want to take them as cards and not items. So we don't need to export anything from here. We have to build this out on our own. All right, so there we go. Again, we're having different section. This is a card as well. This is a separate card and so on. So what we need to do is to extract the images from these cards. So I'll click on this for the first one and click on export. Boom. So now we're having the avatar structure of this image. So why you don't want to go with this approach is the fact that these images, when it's been uploaded, to the server or something, it's always in a rectangular shape. It's always in a full shape. So if you use an avatar and you put this within an avatar, it looks weird. So what we normally do for you to get the full structure of the image is that I normally use a package. It's just a Figma plugin, and that package is called export original image, right? I don't know why I'm not seeing it here for some reason, right? So it's actually called export original image. So what we're going to do, we're going to just search for it. So I'm going to do manage plugins. All right, so I'm going to do export original image. Okay, there we go. You can see this is it right there. So you can run it. So it's gonna take, normally if you're running it for the first time, it's gonna take a few seconds or so, but then that's fine. So you select the layer that you're interested in, and then you just export it. So this is going to export the full representation of that image. For some reason it didn't, but let's try it again, right? So let's do that, and we need it to select to export the entire thing. Export. Oh, that's weird. Supposed to have the full structure of it. Um, Hopefully, I think the full structure is actually that. Okay. Okay, so let's click on this layer again, and this is a layer. Good. Oh, it's like an image was fixed inside a layer. That's a weird structure. So that's this is why it's not working right there. So image was basically like implanted in a layer. Strange. Strange UI. Okay, the same thing we apply here as well, right? Because you can't really see things. Okay, so this works for some reason. The first one just was so crappy, it didn't work. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to obviously use the names if that's fine. So we're going to call this Melissa, and all right, so Melissa, and we're going to do this right there. Okay, so the next thing is we select this one. Okay, so we spoke. Strange, it still doesn't work well. That's so strange. So the other one that works is the middle image. These other ones just didn't work. Alright, so the spot. So what's the name of this? Okay, this is Merrily. Okay, so Merrily. Oh, not that per se. I have to bring the image from inside to the outside. Okay, then we'll get it like this. Okay, so any other thing we're missing the first one. It looks so pixelated, very weird. Okay. Right, so let's grab this, and I'm going to rename this to Kit. Okay, so kit.png, nice. Okay, so after that, the very next thing we do is to grab the image of this lady. Okay, so now let's try to export that. Nice. Well, not completely nice, but it's only we can work with. I think we can continue now. And right, so I think the last part, we've gotten the image of Kate, Merrily, and so on. But now we have this other image. I was trying to maybe like go kind of deeper so I can extract the re-image, but for some reason it doesn't work. So this is Melissa. So we're going to just rename this to Melissa. All right, so that's Melissa right there. We already have Melissa there. Let's check it out. Oh, okay. This is Melissa P. All right, so now nice. Okay, so I think with that we basically have all the images that we need, and then we have an FAQ section. Nice. Then we have some question section, and then we have the image, right? So we're going to grab quite a few of things here. So now, as you can see, we have the logo at the bottom, and then we have the Play Store button. All right, so we're going to build this into like separate components. So, but one thing that's important is this image. We need to be able to grab the actual content. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, so let's go there again, and we're going to open this up. Nice. Okay, so for some reason this size is way too much. So I'm going to try to reduce it by using squash. So this is actually, you can just say bottom, just call the skin. Okay, so lady with nice skin. All right, and so that's wonderful. And what I'm going to do, I think that's actually not everything but close. But why optimize the existing images? I'm just going to export this logo and click on the export right there, and then we export the SVG form. So let's go in, SVG. So you got it, and we take it to downloads. Yes, I'm going to rename this to logo, and I'll just delete that. Sorry about that. Downloads, shift down. Yes. Okay, so now we have the logo right there. What other thing do you think we need? Okay, so let's use this. Okay, so we need this Apple icon. Okay, so we need the Apple icon right there. Let's see that. Okay, so let's zoom in again. Oh, quite a lot of vectors. Okay, so everything is actually like an image. Everything is vectorized. That's so weird. Okay, so I think we have two things. We have two vector. There is apple and there is the tip of the apple. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to group them together, and we have a group now, and then we can export that group. So we're just going to export it, and we're going. Okay, so cut it out. So downloads and paste it here. So we're going to rename this to Apple icon. All right, and what else? Okay, so I didn't think we have this one. Okay, so I think we have this one. So we're just going to export everything that we're needing. So here, this section for some reason, I don't know how it was designed, but it just feels so weird. There are lots of so many inconsistencies. You can't even like grab the item, right? It's so difficult. All right, so let's see. We have this one, obviously an icon. So we're just going to grab it. So we're going to call this one maybe medium or something. So we're gonna go right inside, and I'm gonna cut it out and take it to downloads, and I'm just going to rename this to medium icon. Right, so that's medium icon. So let's do the same thing for Instagram. All right, so we export, we'll go right in there, we'll go right in there. So call this one, take it to downloads again, paste it right in here. So this one will be Instagram, right? Just going to rename that real quick. Oh, Instagram icon, right? Let's suffix it with with icons. So just now. Okay, then we have that of TikTok. Alright, so take that, cut it, and take it to downloads. And this will be TikTok icon. Okay, and move all of this. Okay, so lastly we have LinkedIn. So export this. There we go. And this will be, so I'll rename this to LinkedIn. Oh, not the entire thing. We need to go right into the actual file, cut that, go to downloads, and paste it in here. And we just rename this to LinkedIn icon. Alright, nice. I think with that we've basically come to the end of our export, and everything seems alright. So what we're going to, obviously like focus on is the color schemes, and and the way they, to basically like get the primary color, secondary colors, accent, and so on. So this is something that we're looking into in the next section of this lesson. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're just going to proceed with the color scheme, right? So from what I can say, isn't that the only thing that we're using for the most part? So we have this color. So I think this is more of the kind of primary color. But think it doesn't really appear for the most part, right? So we can't really classify that as the brown color, right? So we're going to call this secondary. So we're going to come here, and we're going to go over to, I'm going to analyze this real quick. I'm going to go over to Tailwind the config.js. So what we're extending, I'm going to just add colors here and create an empty object for it. So we're going to call this one secondary. Okay, so you can put a hash before it. And this is actually like the text color for the most part. So this will be the primary color. It seems to be used quite a lot. And we just do primary. Okay, now we have the primary and we also have the secondary. So this color, which is actually the shade of the primary, I'm trying to check other places it was used, but not really. So we can just, that can actually be hard coded. It's used in one place and one place only. All right, so there we go. I think we basically have the two colors that we'll be needing. So any of them want like text wise, those comes with Tailwind by default. So the other next thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to start off our server. When we clear this out, I'm going to do npm run dev. This should be able to run the server, right? So when run dev, it's going to do next dev, and it's going to compile our application and run. So let's change the project name to LoviAI. Nice. Let's see. LoviAI, something like that. Okay. So any other thing we have to change here? Well, this actually also generates it for the most part. So well, let's just change it. So when you install new packages, your package that look should be updated as well. So that's fine. And let's see. Okay, so it's starting now. So I'm going to go over to the development server. And yeah, so while that is loading, we can as well start building out the skeletal structure of our component, right? So we're going to have the hero page. So hero page is going to have everything here, as well as this image, right? So I'm thinking to make this a separate component within the hero component. So yeah, I think that's something that we can do. So now we want to structure our application in a very straight manner. So I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to call these sections. Okay, so I'm going to add another and call it cards. Okay, so we have sections now. We have cards, and in the section, I'm going to call the first section. This is going to be the hero section. Okay. All right, so this is the hero section. There we go. And within this section, we're going to have a card, right? So we're going to have, we'll just call it animated hero card, right? So we'll use this as actually a card of itself. So this is going to be, well, I was thinking to even make this like a section of its own, right? That would have been better. Not really a card, it's not a card, but a section, right? So I can take that off. Okay, so we have animated hero section. Okay, so there we can now call it within here. Okay, so there's going to be a subsection, so let's not forget to call it a section as is. Nice. So we have the hero, and the next one we'll be having is this description section, right? So this is actually a very descriptive section, so we're just going to create a new file. So we're going to call this description section of CSS. Okay, so what else we have? Scan your face section. Okay, a new file called is scan. Okay, scan face section. All right, there we go. And we have the chart section. That's so good. Okay, so that's our chart section. And after that, we have this little section. What does this do? It's more of like info. Okay, yeah, more of an info section. So we're gonna come here and do info. Okay, so we have the info section. Okay. So we have a different section loved by both beginners and whatever. So we'll just add this on. So this is going to be Enthusiast. Enthusiast section. Okay, so we have the Enthusiast section. And then we have the FAQ. Right, so FAQ, and then we have a separate one. So just going to do FAQ section. Okay, so we have the FAQ section, and then we have the question section. That's going to be a very simple one. Question section CSS. Okay, all right. So then we have this one. Okay, large banner section. Okay, so we have this. So within this section, we're going to obviously like include the logo and stuff, and then we just have the footer. So we'll classify all of this as the footer section. Okay. All right, nice. So we're going to close out from all of the tabs. So we're going to arrange in the page, step by step on how we want to bring all of these components together. Right, so yeah, so it's a LoviAI cosmetic app. So our server is up and running, and we are having this as an initial page structure. All right, so I'm going to remove the entire thing, all this glitter markup. Right, I'm going to call this main, by the way. That's our main layout. We're going to structure them structure by structure. I'm going to structure them section by section. All right, so let's go over that. And so the first thing we're having here is the hero, right? So it's the hero. So we're going to come in here. I'm just going to do the hero. If you could spell section. The other one is description section. Okay. The other one is scan face. Okay, scan face. So I assume that this part will still be included as well. Right. So we have scan face. Okay. Then the next one, I'll just do the chart section. So this one will be the info section. Enthusiast section. Okay, FAQ. Question. Large banner section as well as the. So ideally these are all different components we'll be building out. You can see we've exported them properly, and yeah, so this is basically it. We're going to start building them bit by bit and obviously focus on what we'll be using. Right, so let's start with the hero, but before we start, let's go check it and say this is exactly how our app looks like. Great. Okay, so I'm actually following a structure here, right? So this is actually a very large text. So this is a large text. So this text is actually enter and 50.077, right? What about this one? This one is 60.71. 60.71, what about this? This is 50. Oh, the same size. Well, this just looks bigger for some reason, but definitely this is even bigger. But this is 60. What about this one? 49, almost 50. This 49 as well. Okay, so I think we can agree that the header component for this application is using 50 pixel, right? So most of the things are just like, that's the default test, to be honest. So we have different variations on there. But what I can do, I'm just going to go to Tailwind. I'm going to add a new property here, call it font size. header. That is like 50 pixel. Right, so we can do rem as well. So 50 pixel divided by 16, that's the rem. So because one rem is equal to 16 pixel. So 650 divided by 16 is going to be 3.125 rem. So you can come here and just do 3.125 rem. Okay, so that would be our font size. And so that's wonderful. So what we're going to do now is we're going to try to make it work, at least for the most part, right? So I think there's actually a way that we'll do it like this. You can do SS. Let's see. I don't know. This is just me trying it out. I know this feels very feasible when you're using style component or so. Uh, yeah, let's just Google it. We can just learn anything today. So the point is how to get make Tailwind style responsive from Tailwind.config. Let's check that out. I don't really care about like MD large or others points or whatever. I just needed to do it in the configuration file, so it's easy. Okay, so that just themes, screen. What the hell? Are there mail themes? Okay, so let's see if these ones are good. I already know this breakpoint is fine. I'm talking about doing it from tailwind.config. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any reasonable thing regarding that. No, nothing. I don't think it's even possible. Alright, so no problem. So we're just going to use the. Okay, so we're just going to separate it. Maybe we'll do either mobile. Either modern. So mobile can just be 1.125. So whenever we use this as a corresponding mobile header. So that's wonderful. So what we're going to do, we just change the configuration. Whatever you do, you have to restart your server. So before we restart our server though, I just noticed there's something wrong with my configuration here. So this is not supposed to be this way, but we have a row tab, and this row tab can basically house like an object, and this audio can place this inside of it. So this is the right structure, for specifying images. I think I have to update the templates. I think I'll just do that now, so it won't be much of an issue whenever I'm cloning templates in the future. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to click on edit. I'm just going to grab all of this and paste it right here. So you don't need to worry about this. I'm just doing this for future sake. Nice. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we can start our server. Yes, let's run dev. You can see LoviAI is coming up because that's the name in our package of JSON. Alright, so let's start to reload this app. Okay, let's start to reload this app. Okay, so it's still loading up. Okay, so there we go. So everything is all loaded nice and clean. And okay, so let's build out this first thing. So this will be in the hero section, right? So in the hero, it has a very small component there. We can just build this out. So you just have a text. So we just have it in the div, and you can place all of those in, And meanwhile, you can say text secondary font medium. Okay, so I think we have the text in there. So we have to make it like medium, right? So do font medium, and this one is just 20. Okay, so let's say this is what we're having. Nice, nice. Okay, so there's actually the background has a shade of this color, so you can click on this icon to basically like bring it out, and then we have this X color, and then we have the alpha value. So I'll show you how you can do this using Tailwind to reduce the contrast and so on. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do BG, and the BG now is actually taking in this value, right? This value. So if you want to include the alpha element to it, alpha value, so all you have to do is to do slash 10. So that means it's going to take 10%. So when you override, you can see that, okay, override right now, you can see we have this, and then you can see it's taking 10% of the, as this as the alpha value. So we check in there, you can see we have the exact same background color. And here we have to work on two shapes. They are going to be absolutely positioned. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to first of all call this, make sure that this is actually within a p tag. And I put everything within the p tag. Right, so then we have a div. And don't forget, we have to make sure that the parent div is actually relative. And every other thing that we'll be having will be absolutely positioned towards it. All right, so we have two of those. And the first one we have here is going to be a circle. Okay, I was not thinking, before we do that, we have to fix this one. So we have something here. Hold your Alt key so you can see top and bottom is like 9 pixel, left and right is like 14, 15. Okay, all right, so let's go again. 9 pixel. Here's the py 9 pixel. Pixel. Okay, so there we go. And it's actually like fully rounded. So you could do rounded full. So that should make it round, in a very nice format. And the next thing we do is we're going to grab this circle, this small circle here by the side. We can't really see it, but it's very easy to spot. And we're going to give this a width. So we're going to use the same like width and height or something. So width, let's do 40 pixel. So we're going to do 40, 40. And for you to create a cycle, you just make sure that the radius is full. How you do rounded full, or you just do rounded 40 over 20. 40 pixel over 20 over 2. So that should give you a rounded shape, right? So that means you take the equal width and height and then just divide it by 2 to get a round figure. All right, so we have the background again. So we're going to make use of this background. We'll paste it right in here. And okay, so yes, I think that is that. Let's check it out what we're having. So you can see we have this here. So the thing now is that this shape has to be like an inline flex, right? So you can just do inline flex so that it's not too long or something like that, right? So from what I can see here, distance between here and here, okay, distance between here and here is like 20 pixel. Okay, so we can come in here and padding right is going to be 20 pixel. Nice. So we have to position this guy inside of this guy. So the way we go about that is by doing right zero, right? So right zero, then we'll take it down a bit. So for some reason, it seems the 40 is too much. I might want to just change it. Let's have a lesser proportion of it. So okay, let's do 30. Okay, so something like that. So we have to position this now. So right is zero, which is okay, and not completely okay, but something we can do. Okay, so let's play around with the top. Okay, or the bottom. Okay, yeah, something like that. Okay, so push it out a bit. Okay, so right, let's do minus 8. Okay, minus 4. Okay, minus 5. Okay, minus 3. Okay, minus 2. Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, so that's what we're having for the most part. So for us not to, we can actually play around with the overlay. Maybe we can set this to the back, before the actual content. And okay, so we have Z10 there, and let's do this one as Z10. So obviously be on top. Let's see if that works. For some reason it doesn't work. Sorry about that. So let's do BG red. Let's use red so we can track it better. Alright, so the next thing is to bring everything into the project. So we've been able to like export quite a lot. So I just exported this shape. So we're using this shape as our background image later on. So the key advantage to this is that we don't need to worry about this little blob thing because there's no way we can really like export it or anything. So what we're going to do is to open up a project, go to public, want to create a new folder, and this will be images. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to copy the entire images so far and we're going to paste it down in here. Boom, so you just do Control A, then drag and drop it in. And good for us, you can just delete all of this. We don't need them anymore. You can close that out. And also, one thing I'm interested in is the LoviAI shape here, right? So I'm just going to comment it out. I think we did this before. So what I'm going to do next, so I'm going to go to tailwind.config.ts. So where we have colors, keyframes, animations, and likes. So I want to add background image. So in here we're going to obviously call this something, anything, right? So we're just going to call this, let's call this bubble something because background bg bubble. So what this will actually point out to is going to point out what we already have. So we already have this that is going to point us somewhere like this. So you can just do it without this as well. So that should work. So we have slash images slash. So there's one thing bg blob, right? So we bring the bg underscore blob dot png. Alright, so we could have a structure like this that works, or we could just put the thing alongside the entire thing. Alright, so we can now use bubble. It is actually available to us when we want to play around with the background. And what I'm going to do now, let's test it how it's gonna work, is we're just, instead of doing this one, we're going to remove that and we're going to do bg. Let's see if we have bubble. Now we do bg bubble. Alright, so let's do that. Let's refresh. Make sure that our server is up and running. Okay, still trying to load. We just make some changes to the configuration file. So this is expected. So wait for it to compile. So if it's taking quite a long time, we might just need to like restart the server and so on. But then let's see if this works. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. So here you can actually see the background is working as expected, but in the wrong manner, right? So let's make sure that it's not, let's just refresh this, prevent any weird error. So run the server again. And what I'm going to do now is we have a BG and we don't want to repeat. BG no repeat. So we don't repeat the background as well. Okay, so it's going to run now. And it's going to print out the server link in a moment, and I'm just going to refresh that. So what we are trying to achieve, by the way, is what we are having here, right? So we can create this ourselves. This is pretty straightforward, but for this, it's a little bit tricky. All right, so we're going to restart that. Still compiling. Wait for a couple of seconds. Okay, nice, right? So we have it there. So one of the things I want to do to make sure that this background is really extending the way we want it to, is you need to increase the width of the item itself, right? So if we increase the item width, the background will change. So now let's do 200 pixel. This is too big, but let's say, okay, 200 pixel. Okay, is that reflecting raw? Not yet. Let's refresh again. Okay, that's weird. Let's see if we are specifying width anywhere else. Oh, inline flex. Yeah, that should work, by the way. Okay, let's get 200. Okay, let's move that. Okay. Okay, for some reason the width is not being calculated. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so let's investigate why this is the case, right? So because we just specified 300 in width. Okay, so this is it, but the background is not stretching. So this is the width that we are having, right? So this is 266 as it stands now. No, not really. This is 300 width, as you can see, 300 width and 48 height. But for some reason, the background is not stretching to the shape. So let's see if there's a way we can force it to stretch. All right, so BG stretch. Okay, let's do stretch. Let's explore some of the options for background real quick. Okay, these are just the colors. Alright, nice. Okay, we just got oh, okay, so then we're having some good stuff. Okay. Because we have one clip con, I don't know what that is, but let's try it out. We have contain, we have cover. Yeah, cover looks good. Let's see. Boom, that's it. So that's something I was actually anticipating, right? So PG cover should be able to cover it. Then we can limit this to 200. And but for some reason, I'm not seeing the other shape. Okay. Okay. Let's do contain. Good. Okay. So yeah. So I think there's actually a slight difference between cover and contain. So cover tends to cover the entire width specified, but contain, just makes it to be contained within the viewport, within the viewport. Okay. So I think that's good. And what other thing do we need? I'm not sure. Okay, let's explore other options as well. So PG, cover, content, you see. Okay, we have cover, origin content. I was like, okay, what is clip content? Okay, no, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay, let's go again. I need the best one for this, honestly. So you have cover, content, blend, other stuff. There's actually a stretch attributes though. I was looking for that. Let's do content for now. Okay, so we have 250 and we can already see it from there. Alright, so let's control that 240, 230, 220. Okay, so yeah, it's just going to be content. Alright, I think that's good for the most part. And the next thing is we're going to build this one. So this should actually be straightforward. So we'll just use what we have. So we're going to create this. So let's check out the width and height. Obviously it's your item right here. So from what I can see, the width and the height is just 6 pixels. So we're just going to do 6 pixel, right? So 6 pixel, 6 pixel. So rounded full and so on. Alright, so now let's see. That's so tiny. It's so freaking tiny. Okay. Okay, so now let's do. Okay, so it's going to the bottom and right 1 pixel. So I feel like this 6 pixel is just way too small. Alright, let's do 12. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so close to here, it's very close. The distance is actually inconsequential, right? So it's like 0.46 pixel. So 0.46 pixel. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so we have to bring it down a bit, right? You have to bring it down a bit. And the way we do that is you need to make sure that a bottom 0 becomes negative. And we can come here and do 4 pixel. Let's try that out. Okay, yeah, something like that. Something like that. Nice. So yeah, so I think with that we've been able to, build out this lazy component. So we're going to move on into something more interesting. Well, let's position it at the middle. And the way we do that, it's pretty straightforward. We just do flex justify center. Okay, I think that's actually very good, but that's not what I was expecting though. So we want to position the entire thing at the middle. Okay, so let's see. Everything is actually positioned at the middle, so that's nice. So we can put it in a section. Flex colon justify center. Okay. Item center. Right, nice. Alright, so the distance between here and the top is 121.5 pixel, and so you can do that here. Alright, so we can just have a if that encapsulates all of these sections. Let's do MD8 for small screens. Medium screens, we can do MD100. Okay, so if it's too much, we'll have to reduce it to 50. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's go back to the hero section. And the next thing we're going to do is to worry about this text. So, come in here, and we're just going to grab the entire thing and we'll paste it right in here. And there's actually a weird character there, we'll remove it. And then, so the next thing, obviously, is to try to make some adjustment, right? So we already have the size, as you can see here, is 50. So you're just going to do header mobile and the text header. Okay, so this one is actually a primary text. Then you can do text primary. Nice. Okay, we have the right color. Good. And the next thing we have is a small p tag with this text. So we can just grab it and just going to come in here, paste it in there, and we still have the same text. It's primary and text 20. That's for medium. Alright, so let's see. Right, nice. So we could break this down into bits like this, right? Or we could just make it a straight line. But I feel it's good to break it down. So let's break it down. We have science-backed AI cosmetologists you can trust. So we're just going to break it at each individual point. Alright, so let's put a break here. Break here, break here, and meanwhile, one other thing we can do is do text center. This ensure that it's actually centered. Okay, so we don't need the leading here is actually tight, so we have to do leading tight. Okay, so leading tight. So I just want to control it. Let's do 0.1. Okay, 0.1, right? Let's do 2, right? Okay, 2.5 should be about right. Nice. Is that the same what we have? Most likely. Okay, maybe a little bit different. Let's copy. Oh, the text is actually regular. Sorry about that. It's not font medium, but this one is the one that is font medium. Okay, so let's do to it. I'll just do 3. Okay, sweet. Nice. So this is what we are having for the text, and we'll just make sure that straight pixel to the top right there. Okay, to the bottom. So we could do this something here is 24. So you can do and see 24 pixel. Alright, nice. So on small devices, we have to reduce the leading, right? So we just do MD, forget about the leading on small scale devices, right? So I feel that on small devices, we have to make sure that this is bold, right? So we have to make that work. So what we're going to do is to check out the header here. So we can do font bold and the font normal. Okay, so font spell correctly. This should be bold now. Nice. Okay, so this header mobile, it's fine, but just feels too small. We have to gauge it and be able to implement what is right. So let's do 0.5. Nice. Okay, so on mobile, on desktop, we see like this. On the small screen, we see like this. Okay, so this text seems to be way smaller in the actual design than what we're seeing here. So let's remove text 20. Nice. I think that's about right. Okay. So the next stage would be building out this part of it. This is the tricky part, but what we'll do is to try to bring all of the basic elements together and being able to achieve this shape, right? And then we can worry about how we can animate it in the later part of the lesson. All right, so let's go about that. So we've created a separate component, and this component is the animated hero section. So I'm just going to close out on the other. I'll pin this up there. And in this section, what is actually very important is we change this to section, and we can have different shape. You know, we can have like, we can swap it, right? So we can have like two images, one, or we can just have like three images, right? I'm trying to think about the different frames on how best we can put them together. We can have three images. One can be the lady without anything, right? Yeah, I think that's actually the best thing to do. Yeah, so this is how we're going to go about it. I'm going to copy this again. I've done something similar before when we started this lesson. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove this device from our face, right? So we're going to drag this off everything, right? So we have to decide. We could have like 4 layers, right, or 3 or 6, right? So let's see. So first we have the lady access, right? So let's export this. This is a complete frame. And what we normally do with this export is we bring things together. So we can select that frame right there. And we bring everything here. Okay, so here, I just hold down Control, but if you're on Mac, you should be holding down Command, right? So I'll just right click on the keyboard and drag it to the right, somewhere around here. That's fine. Okay, the same thing for the top, right there. There we go. And the same thing here. There we go. So this is the first prototype, right? So this is the first item. So this is the complete form. So what we're going to do, we're going to export this. And we're just going to export this like this. Okay, so we're going to rename this to the complete frame. Okay, so we're going to do, okay, just going to come in, edit, lady frame complete. Okay, all right, so now what we're going to do now is that we're going to switch. We're going to take off this element, right? So we want to be able to render it without this element, right? So we can take this off. Okay, so we can have, this will be a separate frame. So the approach I'm basically teaching you guys is a very direct approach where you manipulate your images to have a very cool animation instead of, you know, bringing it out from the very list, right, from the bottom. Okay, so this will be a separate frame. So we can just call this, so I'm going to just select this and I'm going to export. So we're going to call this frame. Okay, we'll call this lady frame. So this will not be complete, but this will be without cards. Okay, without cards. All right. So as you can see, the images are quite large. We look for a way to optimize it in a bit, and that is good. So we've been able to have another frame. And one of the things I think we can do is by taking this thing off. Okay, we can actually have a different one. So now we have the text, right? So this one does not even contain text, so we can take the text out of it. We're stripping it out, and we can just stagger the text in, right? So that's good. Okay, so let's get to that. Okay, so lady frame without text cards. Nice. Okay, so now we want to take off the entire item, right? So okay, so this is a very good structure of a different frame. So we can do this as well. I don't know how good this will look, but let's see. So I'm going to select this. I'm going to just export this without this mesh, right? So I'm going to select that. I'm just going to export, and okay, so let's go. Lady frame without. I just call that mesh for now, right? And finally, we can take the entire thing off. Nice. This will be lady without anything. Raw. I don't want to use the word raw, but yeah. So you mean the raw frame of the actual image. So I'm just going to edit this little lady frame number. All right. So yeah. Yes, I think these are all the frames that we have for this image. So what we're going to do is to just group them, right? So going to go in here. So in the pages, in the images, I'm just going to create a new folder. We're going to call these little frames. So these are all the frames that we'll be needing. So I will just drag them into that. So we have all the different variation, and these are all the different variation that we have so far. So we'll worry about bringing all of them together in a bit. And then yes, before I forget. So one other thing that we are going to do is to optimize all of these images. You can see we have like 700, 800 KB. This is not optimal. So when you put this in your actual page, it's going to slow it down drastically. So for us to prevent that, we can actually use the Squoosh platform, and we just import them into here and try to minimize. Okay, so next thing we do is we are going to drag them in individually. So yeah, so let's start from the first one. Drag it in. So we have, you can see before and after looks perfectly the same. So we have 813 KB. Look at it after. You can see that, right? And it's just 72 KB. You see how optimized that is, right? So this makes it like production ready, production level image, right? So you don't want to pull this in your actual web page. That's a big no-no. So we're going to export that, and it's okay. It's okay for us to have it here. Right, so let's see. So lady frame complete. So we are having it in JPEG, so it's understandable. Okay, so we can remove this. This is already done. All right, so let's go over with the other one. Drag it in here. Okay, the same thing. Okay, without cards, it's gone. Without test cards, it's gone. Okay, without mesh, it's gone. All right, so numbers here. So you can see when we just sum everything together, you can see that it's as small as possible. It's not up to the size of one initially. All right, so that's good, and we're just going to remove all of this. Let's delete that. So we're going to bring all of these in again. So drag them into lady frames. Right, so we should be able to have some like index number to be able to know how we progress. So the first one is going to be the number. So it's going to start here. So for that reason, I'm going to suffix this with 0. So I'm just going to put underscore 0. So after this, the next stage is, okay, let's see, without mesh, without cards. Okay, then there's the second stage. Right, so it has this, then it needs the mesh. So this one will be O1. Okay, sorry. Okay, this one will be 2. This will be 3. Complete will be 4. Alright, so just to recap, the point of doing this is to be able to know how you want to break them into the viewport when the time is right. Alright, so let's get in. We're going to position the first image, and the way we do that is particularly very straightforward. We're going to go back in here, and we're just going to position this image at the middle. Okay, so we're going to do image. So let's do a div first. Image source / images / lady frames. Okay, slash we have lady frame complete for right.jpg. Okay, so this is just to show you how we want to position it. This originally will not come first in the animation flow. Okay, so let's go. Let's refresh. Okay, boom, there we go. Here we go. Okay, similarly, right? So is there much a difference between, oh, it has some sides. Okay. So I think the side it does have, but it's a little bit like taken off from there. Somehow I don't like the structure of those sides. Oh, nice. This would have been better, right? So we have to make it wider a bit. So it's able to, yeah, so it's able to, not have issues with the sides. Okay, you can see from here that we don't have any issue with the sides. Okay, it seems we're good to go again. And just to recap quickly, so what I've basically done is I've exported them into this folder. So this is the structure of different frames that we are having. So you can see we have them from 0, 1, 2, 3 all the way to the 4. So we are suffixing every frame with a kind of a unique identifier. So in this case, it's just an integer. So basically we already know that right now we have 5 frames starting from 0 to 4, right? So with these frames you can be able to say, oh, we want to render some at a specific interval and so on. So yeah, so I'm going to quickly explain this side of the code for you guys. So what this is doing is we have a frames, and in this frames I've actually listed out all the images I want to transition into, right? So now I'm using a state to control the current image index, right? So when the component mounts, I'm going to, create an interval, and it's just going to change from one image to another, right? So I'm not really like canceling the interval at any point. I only do this when I want to unmount this component, right? So here, this is actually the main thing. So we are using animate presence from Figma Motion, and by the way, you must have installed Figma Motion, so it's actually very easy. So what you could do, you just do npm. So I think I'll just, yeah, let's go to the main file. I'm just going to duplicate this, new window, it's a new window. Good. So what you could do, just do install this. I've already done this installation, but when you do this, you're going to install the Figma Motion package for you, right? So I've already done this. I'm not going to do it again, so I'm just going to close that out, close it out. So now we already know what we are, what we are expecting. So when you install Figma Motion, you're going to have the motion as well as the animate presence. So we're going to wrap everything, all the children attribute, in this case they're just images, in under the animate presence field, right? And notice we are setting a mode here. So this mode is called wait, right? So before it used to be exit on entry or something, but now it's actually, they just call it, mode, right? So it actually has, you can use, anyone can play around with it. There's a sync, there's a pop layout, and there's wait. We're using the wait. It only renders when one component at a time. Wait for the existing component to animate out before animating the next component in, right? So while the pop layout on the other end, existing elements are popped from the page layout, allowing simple elements to immediately occupy their new layout, right? So let's see. Okay, I'm going to show you quite on how each of them perform. So, but let's do wait. So wait, this is exactly how wait is. I'm going to refresh this page real quick. So it's going to wait. Boom, it's going to wait for the other elements to come in, and then it's going to animate to a separate frame, and so on. So now let's try pop layout. It's going to be very similar to wait actually. So I'm refreshing now. Okay, so you can see it has some weird structure, right? So it's actually good for our use case. That's why we're not using it in the first place, right? So it basically tries to pop it out of the layout, but when that happens, you have to change your configuration, right? But these are actually been made to work with the wait mode. So yeah, I'm just going to use the wait, refresh, and then you see how wait works. It waits for the element to leave the DOM and to animate out, and then it animates the other one in. So we're just using the state to basically like change the interval. So basic, right? So it's actually very easy thing to understand. So we basically have the flow itself. And what I'm going to do now, we're going to obviously, oh, I didn't explain some other parts. Okay, so now you can see we have the image tag. This is just an image tag. Remember, in Figma Motion, when you want to animate anything, right, any HTML element, what you have to do is to do motion dot then the element name. So if we're using a div, it would have been motion dot div. If we're using a span, motion dot span. If we're using a paragraph, motion dot paragraph, and so on. So in this case, we're using an image element, right? So that we have this. So we're passing in a key as the current index, right? So anything you animate is actually a rule of thumb to specify a key so that React will not be confused on where to, on how to locate that element within the virtual DOM, right? So here we have the source. So the source is actually, the source of the image, right? So initial. So this is the initial state of the image before animation. So before it's been animated, this is going to be the initial state of it. So the initial state of it is specified to have an opacity of like 0.5 and a scale of 0.9. So what that means is it's going to be very faint when you mount the first time. So I'm going to refresh it for you guys. You can see it's very faint, has an opacity of 0.5. Refresh again, very faint, opacity of 0.5. And then the scale is not really up to 1, it's just 0.9. And you can play around with all of these options and so on to give you what you want. Okay, so the other part is animate. So this means that what style should it be when the animation is complete? What should it animate to, right? So we want the opacity to be 1, we want to see everything, and want the scale to be 1, right? Nice. So when the thing is exiting out, when the image is actually exiting out, right? When it's done with animation and it's exiting out of the DOM. So what we want to do, we want to like reduce the opacity a little bit to 0.8 and the scale again to 1, right? So we're not changing the scale count, so just take this off, not a big thing, right? Because this is already been controlled from here. So then we have a transition, right? So we can choose is in, is out, is in out, and so on. So I just feel is in kind of works best for this use case. I think that's actually the summary of how we can go about this animated error section. And what I'm going to do next is to go in here. We have a different field. So we're going to try to build out this side of things, right? So we're just going to use a test. For some weird reason, I think everything is just, you know, it's just a separate text, which is so weird, right? It's supposed to just be like one text and so on. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy, copy the entire thing, right? So could just do Ctrl C. Okay, sorry about that. Ctrl C. Let's say we can paste it within our hero section. So we'll come in here. Okay, so this is actually the hero section. Okay, is that what we are referring to as the info section? So we have description. I think this is it actually. Yeah, I think so. So after description, we're going to have the scan face. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to locate where we are having the scan face, but no problem. So any component that is not here, we can either just stick it out. It's not going to be a huge deal. So what we're going to do under this description, so I'm just going to change this to section, and I'm going to paste in all of those components in there. Alright, so we're going to fix the issue here with some invalid element. And the next thing I do is to go back to page, go back to hero section. I'm going to remove the paragraph text so I'm no longer using it. So I'm going to close out of everything, close out of this inclusive, and I'm going to pin this. Okay, so I'm going here. So there we go with the text. And it's actually 60 or something. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say come here and actually edit text editor md text editor mobile. Okay, nice. So one thing we know that the text itself is actually text primary, so we're gonna do text primary like right there, and then yeah, so there we go. And the leading on the other end, we can reduce the leading in a way, right? So let's try to reduce that. Okay, so there's a space between health and something else, so we're gonna just add a break right there. So also after safety, okay, so we're just going to okay, so let's do flex color for, let's see if that works. Somehow it doesn't. Okay, so that means we have to segregate all of them into their respective p tags for the most part. So this will be the first one. I'll paste it right here, and I can just take all of these off, all of this. So here to here, paste it here. So then we can remove all of the breakage that we have in there, and then we'll grab all of this content and put it within the p tag. So yeah, so that kind of gives us flexibility to control. Alright, nice. So by default, we need to limit the leading, right? So let's fix that. So what we're going to do, we're going to do leading. So you can just choose 3. Let's see if that works. 8. Okay, 12. Okay, 10. Okay, something like 10 or 11. 11 I think. So let's do 2 rent, for example. Okay, 2.8. All right, let's do 3 rent. Okay, so 3.5. Okay, so this leading should be for medium devices, so it will not be a little bit crappy. Okay, so we have to make sure we position this at the middle and then it has a box around it. Alright, so we're going to add a little bit of shadow, center, so we have shadow small. We have shadow small right there, and I can see nothing. You have to make it like medium a bit. Okay, so let's do that. And all of these guys are supposed to be like from the very beginning. So item center is not going to be thin. Alright, so that's something that we want. Okay. Okay, so px4, py8. Okay, so let's check that out. Nice and nice. So what we're going to do is, instead of this, we're going to make sure we have a parent section, and this is just going to be a div, right? So this section can now do flex, center. Okay. So here we can do max width 400 pixel. $600. Alright, nice. Yeah, so that's like something that we are having there right now. So yeah. So yeah, we'll need to make this look a little bit better. So we'll improve the padding on the x-axis. And let's try 5. Do 650 as well. Okay, so we may actually play around with the rounding. It doesn't have much, but yeah, it doesn't really have much on itself, but yeah, we should just add something to make it good. So we have rounded. And then control small. Okay, nice. Alright, so that's it. Then we basically have that section, and we might not be able to have like much issues with it because it's it's just direct, straightforward. So I think one other thing we are having is we have a shape here before the safety. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to separate 2 things here. So that shape is more of an image. I want to make it like inline, right? So it's here. So yeah, we need to convert this to a div, and then we can put an image here. So we have the source here. So we're going to do /images / then we call it 3 shape. PNG. Okay, so there we go. And we have to make sure that this image is actually inline, so it doesn't go to the next line, right? So it's good to call it inline, and then we can just worry about whatever. So I think this is actually the way it looks, right? So yeah, we have the little shape and then we have the text. Nice. Okay, so what else? What else? We need to move into this other section. So this section is actually the chart section. So let's see what we're having so far. So go to our page and we have this. We can take that off. Not really necessity. Anyone that we're not using can just delete it. And yeah, so we have the chart section. So here we're just going to change these two sections just as a starter. And we need to bring this our chart component in. And like I said before, we're not going to build out the entire thing. It's more of a widget. So for that use case, we're going to just import the image, right? So let's do image source. So let's do some alt. So chart screen. Right. So yeah, what we're going to do here is images slash. So we'll call this something. We're going to figure out what it was really called. And let's see if we have any like chart or something like that. Okay, Lovi chart. I think it's this one. Nice. So we're just going to copy that name. Okay, sorry, the wrong one. Okay, Lovi chart of PNG. Okay, scroll down. Boom, there we go. So we need to make sure that this is actually positioned at the center. And that's very easy to do as always. And we're going to just have a div of its own. And we're going to put everything right in there. And we're just going to use flex justify center. This is position at the middle. And yeah, that's it. Right. So yeah, basically have this part for everything that we'll be needing. And then what else do we need? So we need to be able to build out these other components, right? Which is, to me, is very straightforward. So we're going to be needing like two different cards, right? So we're going to be needing two cards to achieve this and this, right? So yeah, so let's build out the two cards that are responsible for this. Okay, so there we go. So just to recap the chart, we have the info section. Okay, this is Enthusiast section. So this is definitely at the info section, I think. Okay. Right, so let's close out on the rest. So we can have this pinned. And the next thing we do is to grab the card. So we have like two cards, right? So we can do the license level card as well as the info. Okay, do info license level card, and then we do info personalized suggestion card. So ideally, we'll be using those two cards here for the movement part. So yeah, so we're going to go in here and we're going to create a new file. And the first one is going to be info license level card. Okay, so we have the info license level card. Alright, so let's prefill that. There we go. And then we have the info personalized suggestion card. Okay. So we have the info license level card, and then we have the info personalized suggestion card. So this will actually be part of the parts of the things that make up the section. And the way we go about that on the main part is we're going to bring them in, and we bring out the first one, that's info license level card, and the second one will be the info personalized um, info personalized suggestion card, right? So yeah, I think they are both like similar cards. The only difference between them is that the second one basically has quite a lot of properties, right? So we have to like figure out the proper way to achieve it, right? So yeah, so this is the other one we're bringing in, and we need to make sure that we are importing as well, right? So yeah, so we have the first one, and yeah, we kind of have quite a lot of things going on. So now let's build out the bars, right? So I'm going to come in here, and from here we can see that we're having 4 different bars. So we'll be using divs for these 4 different bars, right? So we're using 4 different divs, and right, so we have the descriptions on top, right? So this first one has a description on the top, like who is that? Okay, so yeah, so as we're saying, we have 4 different bars, and we obviously just need a way to like figure out how to achieve it, right? But I think it's easy, right? So it just depends on how we go about it. So we're going to be controlling it with the height and the border radius, obviously. And so this is the first one. So let's build it out. So this card, for some reason, do have a text, and that text is lovely. So I'm going to copy the exact text. Okay, I'm going to copy the exact text and paste it right in there. Good. We know that this text is white, right? And the same thing will apply for the other ones, right? So we have like the width, we have the height, and not really. So we're just focused on the height of things. Okay, so let's see how high this is. This has height of 111 and a width of like 200, right? So yeah, let's do height. All right, so the height here is 111 pixel, and then the width is 201 pixel. All right, so let's cut this and actually the first one. So here it has a color, so it's actually high gradients in a way, but then we're not really using any gradients for now. So let's pick one of the most, yeah, just pick one of the colors for now, and we're gonna come here and we're gonna just do BG. Okay, let's go down. Okay, nice. So we have to, invert this a bit. So we do this the width and the other one height. Right, so the next thing we're focusing on now is how rounded it is. Right, so we have the rounded of 16 right there. Alright, so we have to make sure that the body radius is there. So that's 16 pixel. Okay, sweet, nice. Okay, so we can just use this in position within the scope, right? So yeah, we can do that. So what we're going to do is we already know is this board is regular and is 18. Okay, so yes, we're just going to do text 18 pixel, and we have the ML3. Well, we'll use PL3, and let's do it. then the PT8. Okay, so maybe PT around 3 or so should be decent. Nice. So yeah, we basically have this shape. So now we have to build out these other ones. Okay, so I think it's fine, but the problem with those other ones is that they have like a text on the top, right? So we're going to build a reusable component within here and use that to to play around with the cards. So we're going to come here and we're going to call this a bar. So we're just going to remove this, call this bar. So bar is going to take in a couple of things. So we're going to take in the height. We already know the width, so we won't worry about the width. Height is the number, and yeah, so this is the height we use to control it, and then it's going to take in, I think, the title. Title is going to be a string. Alright, so we're not exporting this, right? So let's have that. So we have the height, then we have the title. So I'm just going to put this here. So we use the height to control whatever we see here. So that means technically we can actually use the default Tailwind CN utility, and we can just wrap it here. And we can report scene from utils. And then what else we're going to have is the height. So if we have the height, we're just going to do bg then you put the height there. Okay, so s nothing. X can just be 2. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so sorry. So then we have the bar. We can be able to play around with this bar as we want. So they don't have anything, but on the flip side, they do have something on top. So that means we need to put a div on top, and then we need to have a parent wrapper. So we're going to grab all of this and we'll paste it in here. And so this will just be the title, right? And yeah, so let's see. So this is the text, 40%. Okay, so you can see from what we can see here, they're giving it 40%. So you can just do this 40. Nice. Okay, so we'll be having instead of bg this, we have this as a color. So that would be our background. Okay, so yeah, so apart from that, technically, I think we shouldn't have much problems. Right, maybe we don't need to specify this at the bottom. I just do it. So let's try to build our bars. Right, so let's do, come here, let's do bar. Okay, we have a prop of title. So the title here is bio-link belts. So put it in there. Alright, so we'll put the height in there as well. So the height that we're having here is 101. Oh, is that really the height? 100. Yes, that was the white. You can see from here 101. 101. Okay, alright, let's go. Let's check what we have. Refresh it. So for some weird reason, it's not coming up. So we have to figure out how we can be able to display this without it being an issue. Oh, okay. So maybe we don't need to, yeah, so it's ideal that we just pass in the height. So if we're doing height like this, we just have to, we'll pass in BG or whatever. Yeah, so I think for some reason, um, Tailwind configuration is a little bit off with arbitrary numbers. So yeah, I think this should work now. Let's go down. Okay, let's refresh it. Oh, still nothing. What could be the issue? So there's a height. There. Oh, I'm using it as a background. That's so weird. Let's undo real quick. Okay. It's actually height and not background. How did I miss that? Obviously, I have no idea. So let's go. So let's refresh. Okay, so that's fine. It's fine. So I didn't know what the problem is, that we just need to pass in the actual height in. Let's do pixel. Okay. Refresh that. Still doesn't work. So that's fine. So we just need to pass the entire thing in one place. So we'll remove all of this. And in height, we're just going to be taking in string. Right, so the height will now be something like this. Okay, so you're gonna be height of 1 pixel. Yeah, so that should do it. Right. So yes, I think that is it. So we have another one. We just create more of the bars, and that should be it. Okay, we have GPT, and what's the height of this? So the height of this is 119. Alright, so there we go. And lastly, we have a different bar. Okay, so let's make sure that the space in between is not that much, and we're able to get the actual size here. So the height is 78. Okay, so now for some reason it seems that the title is way too far from the actual text, so you might as well just take it off completely. Okay, nice. Okay, so what we're going to do now is to group them up, and obviously the grouping is going to be, so we need to account for this component for some reason, right? So but before we do, let's account for these other ones and these other ones, because those will be easier to accomplish. Okay, so what are the ones? We have a bunch of text. Okay, so let's see. This will be our primary color as usual. So that will be text primary. And let's check the size. The weight. The weight is the font medium. So text is actually 20. So the one is 16, regular, and normal. So we just make sure that the text is kind of different. So we just come here and do text. Okay, nice. So this card, we obviously have one of whites. So it's rounded very largely. So now we can do rounded, and that should be 64 pixel. Okay, so yes, I think with that we have something. Obviously have some shadows as well. Okay, so there we go. And what we're going to do is to obviously like figure out a way to undo the rest part of things. And from here, what we are having is we already have the text, then we have the subtext. Good for us. So we want to bring it down into a manageable scope. And the way we go about that is we need to have some shadows to separate distance. Right. So and we have rounded for shadow medium. So that will create some demarcation between what we're having. So yeah, we can already say it. Okay, so what we're going to do is think of a way to bring this guy in for the most part. And you can see we have this text. We have this shape, right? This is like a dotted line. We can actually just create this ourselves, right? This is a border, a dotted border or something. So we could create this and absolutely position it towards this guy. And then we'll put this text here somewhere. Right. So I'm just thinking of a way that is actually like responsive. So let's handle it this way. So meanwhile, I think we should break these things down into their separate layer so that everything is displayed horizontally. So that's what we are having at this stage. And also, it's not going to be much of a problem. Why? Well, because we already have a flex container around it. So we have the bars. What we want to do is to make sure that all the bars that we are having, are actually flexed, right? So they have a single parent. Then we can control how the orientation will be. So we're this flex, and distance between here and here is 12. Right, so just the flex gap 12 pixel. Nice. Alright, so and also you can notice that all the cards, right, so they just justify and they're towards the end, they're sitting at the bottom and not the top. Currently ours is sitting at the top, so let's fix that. So we're going to just justify and let's try that out. Okay, no, that's not what we mean. I mean items and it's not center and nice. So this is only how it's structured. This is how we have it here, our list. And then we just need a way to be able to, okay, so this text on the other end, we have to make sure that everything is spaced out. Okay. So in here, we have to make sure that this one is spaced out, and we can just do a flex here. Flex plus column. Let's take the center. Yeah, so this is something that we wanted to achieve. But yeah, for the text, we just have like text center or whatever. Text center, same thing with the little description. Boom, there we go. So the distance between here and here is 40. So we can do empty, and that'll be 40 pixel. Nice. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty good. So now let's worry about this guy. Okay, so I'm thinking to even make it like an absolute element, right? Absolute something to this, because it needs to have like a full width of its own, right? So let's go to div, or okay, we do class border. So we have border adopted, and we don't know if we can find the width of this thing, but then I can already say it. So it's 4 pixel. Okay, so it's 4 pixel, and we can come here and do so border 4 pixel, and the width here should just be full. Okay, so let's see, maybe we'll give it some height. It's gonna be a div actually. Okay, so we don't see anything coming up. Okay, yeah, we need some background, so the background should be different in a way, so it's actually separate, right? So the background is going to obviously have this color. So you're going to come here, we're going to do bg, we have the hash right there, and then we have to reduce the opacity to 30, right? So let's try it again. So we don't have it, let's refresh, still the same, so it's not coming up for some reason. And okay, so I don't know why that is, so let's look into it again. So this is a div actually. Okay, this is a flex column. Yeah, I think this should just work. So we have the border width, we have the border dot, oh, the border column, nice. We need the border column. So we have to make sure that we're using the same thing as this, right? So go in there and let's check back again. Oh, there we go. There we go. So so I can fill it with. So let's see if we can do with full from there. Okay, nice. Right. So we don't care about the background actually, just the border is fine. That should fix it. And we have the height already, seems to be too much. Let's do 2. Okay. Okay, so yes, it's fine, but the problem with this is the fact that we can only use one border, and we're going to use border top for it, right? So from there we can worry about, yes, that's exactly what we're looking for. And then we have a text, medical license level, and this one will be on top like that. And we come in here, we don't have a text or not really secondary. We're going to use the same thing we've used here before, and we'll just paste it down there. So ideally this is just going to be text end towards the end of the actual layout, right? So then we have regular, and then the font is 15, right? So pretty much decent like the way we are having it. Okay, come in here, let's give small padding in between, about some, let's do 3. Okay, 3 seems to be too much, we'll do 2. Okay, nice. So now we have this component. The other part is how we're going to, put it within, what we have before. So grab it, and we're just going to, we're going to put it here, I think. Okay. Okay, if we put it there, that's very weird, because for some weird reason this having items end. That's not supposed to be so. Let's take that out. Oh, items end. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so put all of this in here, and also we're going to grab all of this guy and put it in here. Let's just check. Oh, that will make it like a one item in the container. So that's crazy again. That's so much crazy. Okay, so that's not going to work. And we have to rethink this a bit. Okay. Okay, so I think one other thing we can do, we can have 2 divs, 1 and 2. So this will be sitting on top like it is right now. And let's see why we're having, let's not use full width. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so with that we can just like manipulate it and put it towards the end. Right, I was looking for something quite robust actually. Okay, the problem with this is actually been controlled already. So I do justify center, blah blah blah, and so on. Okay, so what I think can be done is very easy. We're going to try to put it inside and take the overflow off. So then we can just do bottom 8. So you can do something like that. And overflow it. Let's try that out. I don't know if it's gonna work, but let's see. Okay. It's not having that because it's not really like overflowing. So that's a different issue. Okay. So how do we know? How do we debug this? We're gonna do BG red here. And here we're just going to use BG blue. Okay. Alright, so we have BG red and blue. You can see from the red, it's not really like full width, right? If we could make this, full width, then our problem will be solved, right? So let's look for a way to do that. Okay. So we're gonna have justify between right there. Nice. Okay. All right, there we go. So we're going to infuse this inside of this, right? So we're going to go back to man. Okay. Then let's remove the backgrounds for debugging. So we'll just remove that. Boom, and then there we go. We basically have it, right? So let's remove the debugging background. All right, so yeah, so this is how we're able to get it. So if it's actually smaller, we have it constrained, right? So if we have it this way, it follows this principle. So ideally, the cards will always be in a small scope, so we don't need to really worry about this in the long run. Okay, so this is actually below the Lovi, and we're going to bring it down a bit. And instead of -8, let's do -10. Nice. So mobile, boom, there we go. The problem with mobile though is that this text seems to be constrained. Alright, so we have two things. Either we reduce the size of the text on the mobile screen, or we keep this we kind of remove this one on the mobile. Mobile can just do -4. Yeah, so anything will work. Any of those two will work. I could do 5 in this case maybe. Okay, sweet. Nice. And also the text here, we have to make sure that the card itself has some padding. So from what I can see, top and bottom, the horizontal axis basically has a distance of 32 pixels. Right, so we can do px py, sorry about that, 32 pixel. And what would the s be? Well, x is actually 57. So we do px 57. And this is just going to be for the medium devices, right? So medium devices. So for small devices, we could just do px8 or 4, right? So it just depends. Okay. So if we kind of make this like constricted a bit, you can see we have this Lovi test. Alright, so let's fix it. Okay, so each of the divs should have respective width, like we're having here. So we should be having the same thing here, I think. Okay, so we have the width, and then that should be it. Okay, so I think we're back on. So yeah, I was trying to fix the width issue that we are having here, but for some reason it's not working. Oh, not there. It's actually placed in the wrong spot. So it's here, right? And we have the height and so on. So this will just be the main width, right? So yeah, main width. Well, we can reduce it a bit, but this is what we are having. If we reduce it too much, it becomes a big problem. So we're going to inspect and check how it looks like on a very standard mobile. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to reset defaults and for this. Not sure why we can't really like change or toggle out of this. That's weird. Just gonna close that tab right now. Gonna inspect this real quick, and there we go. Okay, so nice. So the thing with this is on mobile, we're going to try to make them horizontal. Yeah, we can't really use this on a mobile screen, so it's still gonna go, way up. All right, so we'll justify between flex and flex colon and MD flex one. All right, so we have the MD flex row, and nice. So these items end we only apply to medium, so it doesn't destroy the layout too much. Okay, and also the this one we won't apply only to medium device. So else we're just going to have it of 4. Right, so MB8. Alright, sweet. So you can see we have a very clean structure, from what we can see. And this is exactly how it should be, right? So we have a very clean structure. And now if we check it out on, say, desktop, we still maintain what we should have, right? We still maintain that. Nice. Okay, so I think with that we've concluded that section. So let's build out this part of things, right? So we're just going to go into the other component, and we're going to, this is a card, by the way, so we're going to have an original div, and after that we're going to create this, right? So let's see, we're going to just pick everything from here and paste in here. So now here what I can see is that we have some backgrounds, right? So remember what we did in the very beginning. We have a kind of setup like this. We'll convert this to a component. So this LoviAI is here. We're going to convert this to a component, and that's what we'll reuse around here. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go back to, let's going to pin this first. We're going to go back to the hero component. Right, so ideally we have the page.csx, we have the hero section, and what we're going to do here is that everything here works fine, but then we want to put this in our common component and do, so we can just call it anything. Right, so we're going to call this bubble text CSS. All right, so we're going to paste that in here, and the content, right? So we pass in the content, and that will be it, right? So if the content, for example, if no content is passed in, content is actually a string. So if no content is passed in, you just want to do this one, right? So you can come in here. So that will be our content. Okay, so we'll make it optional. So when you override the LoviAI does not exist and type content string undefined. I meant this actually, not that. Okay, so here we know that we can use bubble test in the error section. So you can just come in here and do bubble test. Okay, so you can just import it. So let's make sure that we're still receiving our bubble text. We're still coming in here as expected, which is awesome. And the next thing I'm going to do is we're going to control the width, right? So there are cases where you want to like make it bigger and so on. So we should be able to like control the width of it, right? So okay, so we're going to do that. Okay, so width. All right, so yeah, we are going to control. We're going to control the width through there, and it's going to be optional as well. So if you don't provide any width, it's going to use the default width. So if you don't specify any width, we're just going to use the default. So the width that we are having there though is this. So here we have to wrap this into CN utility. Okay, so it was CN. And the next thing will be the width, right? So we always have a width, right? So so if there's a width, what we want to do, we want to just use so we just want to pass in the width here. So don't need to use any condition actually, because we will always have a value, whether you provide it or not. Okay. So the same bubble text, let's make sure everything is still fine. Nice. The same bubble text is what we'll be using here. Right, so let's go into our info personalized suggestion card and let's do 30 things. So we import this, import the content for the width. Okay, so we have a content here, which is this, and the width I can see from here is 195. Alright, so let's go and let's scroll down. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the width is not too much. Let's do 295. Okay, so that looks good, but for some reason, yeah, it's not stretching to what we expect it to stretch to. Okay. Okay. So let's go over this. Nothing too critical. Okay. So that means we have to modify this for some reason. Right, should it just be cover? Yeah, so I think we should be able to control that as well, right? So whether I want to use BG cover or contain or whatever, right? Depending on the use case. Okay, so we have BG cover. It can actually be true or false. Okay. So by default, it's going to be false. Okay, going to be false. So what we're going to do here is if basic cover, we just want to do this. Okay, so this will be cover, the other will be contain, right? So we can use that to control the behavior of the text, of the background, sorry. Okay, so there we go. We're just going to make sure that this is actually BG cover. Okay, so then we can play around with the text a bit. Okay, so let's do 290. Okay, so 290, 200. Okay, 230, 50, 60, 280. Boom, there we go. So yeah, so that's actually it, looking good. And that will be the first one that we'll be using. And I think the rest text will depend on it as well, right? So let's continue. Okay, so we have a content here, and this content is actually this. I'm just going to, okay, so we have that, and we just have to increase the width a bit, over 300 here. 350. All right, nice. Okay. And what else we're looking for? We still have another one. So the text here is different a bit. Okay, so one of the quick fix I will do is the bubble, right? So we have to position it kind of separately. So what I'm going to do now is to be able to have a prop to control the size of the bubble. So I'm just going to have bubble classes, right? So this is actually just optional. Alright, let's do bubble classes, and we'll put it here, and it's just going to be the normal, React prop type or something, or I don't know. We'll exclude it from here, and then we'll just put it here. Okay, but in this case, it's just going to be a prop, not really like classes or whatever it might be, right? So, um, hmm. Well, so I feel it can still be a class, right? So we can play around with it, and the way this will work is we can come in here and just do this, and then say backticks. That's nice. Then we have all of this, and then we can, I think, close. Then we can do that. Okay. So the thing is, we don't need to destructure anymore. So about classes, you can put whatever you want there, and we're going to take it. Right. So for this case, this is not really type compliant, but let's just do string for now, and this will be passed in here as our bulk classes. So the two things I want to change is obviously these two. So I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to do bulk classes and paste that in there. So everything should still be the same. Or not. Okay, so also, okay, there we go. Okay, so I think, oh, nice. We don't need that. You should fix it. Yeah, it does. Okay, all right. So we could use CN if we wanted, but I think it's just fine. We're going to take this one to the right a bit. Let's do 1.4. So let's not do minus. So right, okay, let's do minus, but this should be like 10 pixels or something. Okay, oh, I'm tracking the one at the bottom, so I think that's actually it. That looks good already. So then we can use this one and apply subsequently to the others. Right, so what we're going to do here is all of this, we're going to put them into a class, into like a container. So we're going to grab all of this. Okay, this is supposed to be here, by the way, but it's still fine. So we're going to grab all of this and put it here, and let's go. It. Okay, so that's the gap between here and here is like 8 pixels. So yeah, that will be 8 pixels. Nice. So yeah, so the other part is we just need this text. Okay, so we have to grab the actual stars. So we have this now selected, and this is the color right there. And we need to check the text property and the font medium, and then we have the font medium. Then we have the text to be 20 pixels. Sorry about that. We have the text to be 20 pixels. Right, and then we have this text primary. Okay, scroll down, and don't forget, we're just going to make sure that we go to center. Nice. So the spacing between here and here, by the way, 76 pixels, 76. Okay, so I think with that we can move on to the other stage. So the other stage basically revolves about bringing the entire thing together. And the way we go about that is we have both cards now. We have to flex justify between. Okay. So we can use width to control this. And the way we go about that is if we use width to control it though, it's going to not have too much space. But then it's going to have like too much space. But what we're going to do, what I advise we do in this case, is to not do it that way. But instead, we're just going to justify. Okay, we're going to put everything at the middle. So justify center. Good. So now we'll just give them a little breathing room. Gap of say 3. Okay, there we go. Right. So this is fine, very fine. And I could just do flex column and a flex row. This is actually good for for mobile devices. Okay, nice. So this will be medium. This will be medium, and gap here can be 8. Nice. Okay, so there we go. We're able to quickly achieve this part, and quite a lot of things going on there to be sincere. Right, so yeah, I think with this we now just move into this other section. And the way this works is we need to be able to grab quite a few of the things that we are needing. And I think the really relevant thing here really is the fact that we need to be able to build a card. Card will have an avatar, name, date, and whatever, and then either an image and the text, right? So this is something that we have to build. And yeah, so well, let's build it right away. That is going to be the enthusiast section. So I'm going to close out on everything. Unpin that real quick, unpin the other one. Okay, so we have the enthusiast section. So we have the chart, we have the info. Okay, that's already done. We have the enthusiast section. So now we'll rename this to section. And the next thing we're going to do is that by default, this already has some sort of title. Yeah, it has some sort of title or something. So it has some sort of title. And yeah, so we're just going to get out of the way. So we're going to select this one. Okay, as always. Yeah, so one thing I want to do is we'll just look through what we've had so far. This is an example of a good title. And we're going to copy this and look for where we've used it before, which I think is right here. And let's just copy all the configuration and everything. I think that's enough. Okay, let's scroll down here to the bottom. There we go. And yeah, so let's build up our card. This would be a very interesting one. And let's do that. So we need to build like an enthusiast card. So card, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this enthusiast card.tsx. So what this card will take is just a couple of things, right? So it's going to take we're going to specify interface for it, right? So this is going to be the props. So what we need here is a avatar URL, and then we have the image URL. So this is optional, and then we have the description that will be required, and then we have the content. So the description will just be the date and whatever the person does, and the content will be the actual content of the post. Okay, so these are the things that I think we needed for the most part. So I'm going to come here and do avatar URL and do image URL and do description and then do contents. Alright, so nice. So to actually build out what we are having here, we can as well just use Shadcn avatar component to achieve that. So you can do Shadcn avatar. Okay, so this is right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to install it. You can copy this right here, and we're just going to create a new instance of the terminal, and just going to clear this out real quick, and I'm going to paste this in here, and this is going to install the avatar component for us. And the good thing about it is that we can be able to use it, anytime we need. Okay, so all good again. And yeah, as I was saying, we need to basically install the avatar component from Shadcn, which is already done. And when we do that, what we need to do is to just bring all of the imports in and use assist. So we're going to bring some of those imports in right away. And also, we're going to be able to use the avatar somewhere within the actual component. Right, so whatever we're having as the avatar URL will be specified in here, right, as our source. Okay, so we have profile image. All right, so let's go, and we have an avatar, and the next thing is to do is to let me show that this is actually within a parent. And let's make sure that this is actually within a parent container, like this. I'm going to put that in there, and also we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have two paragraphs, one taking the name. Oh, I think I forgot to put the name. So this is going to be the name of the person. Sorry about that. Strength. So yeah, so we actually have to extend the name as well as the description. So this is actually the next one, the description. So we have text primary. Okay, so the one with the description basically is this. So we're just going to do, so paste that in there. The opacity though, it's different. So for here it's just 50%, so you can do 50% right there, and we should be good. Okay, so that will make this reflex gap of like 4, right? And this one on the other end. Okay, so you can just come here, class name, text plus column got 3. All right. So yeah, so that's actually it for the header. So we're going to go to a separate part of it, it's a component, and this one we're going to render the image if we have any. Right. So what we're going to do, we're going to add image source. I'll just say tweet image, and so the source is obviously going to be the image URL, which is optional. All right, and then we have the content. Query is like a 10. So we have the text 18 pixel, and we can do margin top 4. That should be decent. Okay. Yeah, I think that's basically it for the Enthusiast card. I think here I'm doing NY4. So we don't need to do it here anymore. Okay. So this will only be relevant if right, so we do here. So if we only have the image URL, then we can make that is. So it's completely optional. Okay. Alright, so we have the editor's card. We go to the section and we are going to define the data. And data is going to have similar to the props that we're having here. And I'm going to put all of them there. Okay, so where we have here, we can just do this. So the name here is Melissa P, and that is actually the description. Image URL is slash images slash public. I think I was able to get one of those images that was at least full. Oh, Melissa. So that's Melissa. I pronounce that name so excitedly. That's weird. Right, so we have images. We have Melissa.png, and the avatar URL. Well, I think this is actually the avatar URL. So the image URL is the content right there. So let's see if we have it. Okay. Okay, let's see what we are having. Okay, we have Melissa P. Alright, so rename that. Yeah, so that would be, oh sorry. Yeah, so this would be the actual image. Let's don't forget to include it today. So the content is, we just use this content. So we have two, right? So we have two stuffs, and we just replicate it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so this will be our content, and go. Okay, so we're going to create another content. This one is not going to have image URL, and it's not going to have, it's going to have content, it's going to have description, it's going to have avatar URL. Let's just call this Ryan. Okay. Alright, so now we want to worry about something. Okay, so one other thing we record is that there's actually a shadow medium. So it is white. And what else? That's it. That's all I can see. Yeah, the patterns. Okay, we need to follow up with the patterns. Select this, hold on Alt, and you can see 24. So patterns, 24 pixel, nice and clean. All right, so let's go to here. We're going to use the Enthusiast card. So what we're going to do, we're going to have a div, and in here we're going to loop through the data. I'm going to map through it, and we're going to have the item, and we have the index right there. All right, so each of them is going to basically have an Enthusiast card, and we're going to spread the props right in there, and we specify the key as index. Okay, so we need to make sure we're importing this properly. Alright, so we'll spread through the item, and yes, I think this should be it for the most part. And let's try to see what we are having so far. Alright, so to scroll down, we're going to have something that looks like this, which is wonderful. Right, so the only problem that we're having with it now is that we need a way to be able to render it in a column format, right? So how we do that, we'll go back to the Enthusiast card, and in here we have this, right? We're supposed to not have this, but this, right? So that we have it in a row form, which is good. And also here on the other end, this has to be column. Okay, so there we go. You can see we have this good thing. So yeah, so what I'm just going to do is this guy, I'm going to take it here, and okay, so you have the image URL, and if there's no image, we don't really care about it that much. So it's going to reload, scroll down to the bottom, boom. All right, nice. So you can see we have this card in place. So now what we're going to do is to make sure that we have like a horizontal scroll in there, and then yeah, so that's what we're going to do within here. So we're going to do flex or flow x auto. So once you make sure that all the cards are like on the horizontal side, and you can scroll to the right if you have like more cards and so on. So the gap between them is very slim, 8 pixel, and I'm going to just do here gap 8 pixel. Okay, nice. Okay, so now we have to limit the image, right? So the height of the image has to be constrained to this one. Okay, so I'm going to copy that, and in the image, okay, not 27 but 276. Okay, nice. So yeah, there we go with the content. And I noticed that the image should be wide, right? So you should just take an entire to stretch out basically. So that's very easy. We'll do this with the way of full. That should be able to take the entire width of the container. Okay, so let's do the full. Right, let's see. Nice. So the problem with this is we need to be able to regulate it. So we're going to do object cover. So it looks good. So we have contain. Contain will not make it to span through the very end, right? So which is a very bad thing. So we want to be able to control how it spans. Okay. So instead of contain, we're going to use cover. So we have object cover, and there we go with it. And this will just basically cover it, but somehow we didn't have access to the eyes anymore. But contain kind of allows us to do that. So, but then, you just put it in the middle, which I think is very weird. Okay, so I think the best thing, definitely cover and rounded, put that here, rounded, like 16 pixel. Okay, so come in here and I just put it here. Okay, so somehow not reflecting. So the thing is, if we are okay with it like this, it's not going to be a problem. But if we're not, we might just look for maybe a good component to to use to basically like render images and so on. So let's see if we have any good one here. Also we have a slider. Oh no, a slider, nothing. Carousel or something. Okay, image, we have resizable. Yes, we have aspect ratio. Okay, so let's see. Oh, we have the fill, we have the rounded MD. Okay. Oh, I don't know how well this works. I don't know how well this works, but it's one of those things, right? So I can check the preview again, and I can see this is actually displayed within the aspect ratio. So what I'm going to do is to try to, play around with this, right? Let's see if that works. Right. So let's do this first. I'm just curious. Let's put it in here. And use the image element from next image or whatever. Okay. So we have the source, we have the opt, we have all the props. So let's see. Let's see how well this will be. So it's loading up. Okay, so invalid source or splash, whatever, right? So let's use what we are having. Okay. Oh, now that is even weird than I thought. Okay, this is object cover hot image error and so on. Okay. And for some reason it's just conflicted. That's bad. Click undo. Make sure that our rounded is well. Oh, that's why the rounded was not coming in. Well, let's check again. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I think this is good. Depends on the image you're using. So if you're not using some level of image, it's just going to be an issue. Right, let's try to take away the height. Okay, so we're going to have this. But the problem with this is it's too long, right? So you should be able to like control the height of the element. So I'm thinking of a very smart way. I don't know how good that might be, but let's do let's do the height and put the height here. Oh, okay, looks better. Still the same. Still the same, honestly. Yeah, still very much the same. Yeah, so still very much the same. So there's no point putting in there. So depending on the image you're using, that will determine what you'll be seeing from this part. So yeah, I think with that, we're really good for the most part. Maybe a little bit of padding adjustment here and there. But ideally, you shouldn't have problems. You shouldn't have problems with this. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we could add like more and more elements and see if we can scroll horizontally. Okay, so let's just duplicate this. Okay, let's duplicate that. That's duplicated. Okay. Oh, there we go. No, that's so bad. Okay, that's so freaking bad. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, overflow X even. So we have to do max width full, right? So that we can be able to scroll. Okay, screen. Okay, I think this always requires we specify a width. Let's do a width of 700 pixels. Like a max width actually. Okay, so there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so these cards need to have their minimum width if that's the case. So the minimum width of every card is this 353. So this card is going to have a minimum width of 353 pixels. Okay, there we go. Nice. See, they're coming in nice and clean as expected, so you can be able to read as many tweets as you want from here. Right, so yeah, so this is good. You can decide to style the scroller if you want to, but ideally, that should even be the list of your problems, right? So instead of this, I'm just going to do a screen. No, I'm not going to specify any. Name full. Let's check this out. Boom, exactly. This is what I wanted. So yeah, this makes sense. So these are our cards. This is one card and this is another card from Ryan. And you can scroll here, you just see more of these cards. And Melissa P, Ryan, and so on. So yeah, so this is basically it, how you go ahead with implementing stuff like this. And it's really cool, right? Just go through it and you can be able to play around with the cards and so on. So if you wanted to take it up, you know, by notch, you can just tie the horizontal scroller and that should be it. Okay. Alright, so now we're moving on, and the next thing we're focusing on now is the FAQ. So now let's build out the FAQ section. And meanwhile, we have to like structure all of these and so on, right? So we can just go to the page and we can do flex, scroll, gap can just be 100 pixel for medium devices, can be 50 pixel for mobile. Okay, so you can see we have a gap here now, and also the spacing, right? So the spacing on both 160. Okay, and next it's okay. Let's do px8 and the okay, nice. So we've basically applied that, and when we scroll like this, we're going to have it very cool on mobile, while on desktop we still have a very clean design as well. Okay, nice. So now we're going to build up a different section, and okay, and also the spacing between these in the cards has to be pronounced, right? So spacing between here and somewhere around here, and it is like 40. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Enthusiast section, and I'm going to do empty to 40 pixel. I'm going to do 40 pixel, and that's perfect, right? So that's fine. So I'm going to scroll down a bit, and we're going to move into now the FAQ section, and lots of code. Let's go in here. We're going to close this out, and we're going to go to FAQ section. I'm going to just pin this and close this out. So I'm going to change this to section, and what we need a title, and then we just need like 2 diffs, right? One behind the title and the other one just doing the FAQ. Okay, so we can just have like FAQ question as well as the answers, right? So you can be able to play around with it. So for this, we are going to leverage the Shadcn accordion, right? So we can come in here, you can see an accordion straight up, right? So we're going to leverage this to to achieve that. So I'm just going to install this npm, come in here. And meanwhile, I think in my previous lessons, I've actually shown you how you can basically like customize accordion and change the icons and so on. So you might want to like check out those lessons as well. Okay, so this is going to take a few seconds to install, and while that is still going on, we can start building up our component. So in here we'll just have a p tag, we'll pass that in, right? And while we're waiting for the installation, we need to have some question and answer, right? So yeah, we have question, and what is Lovi? So the answer will be XYZ. You can put anything you want. So if we have a lorem ipsum, whatever, you can just include that, right? So some words that kind of show how large it can be. Alright, so let's play around there. I think there's actually a VS Code extension for you to just auto generate lorem ipsum. Okay, so I'm going to put this here, and the same thing. Let's grab the other one. Are you brand affiliated? We're all brand affiliated, right? Okay, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to copy this, put this right in there. Okay, copy that right there. And I'm going to put it right in here. Okay, so now we have all the questions that are needed, and I trust that my installation should be complete by now. Done. Alright, so the next thing that we're going to do is to obviously play around with it. So we already have the code for the accordion. We're just going to bring in all the imports. So put it in here. Close that out. And we're going to basically have all of this. We're going to copy that accordion. We're going to just use the basic for this lesson, right? So All right, so we have the trigger, then we have the content. So we're going to remove the other ones like so. Okay. All right, so you can just do it at the map. Okay, so we have the item, and then we can see the index. So for everything, we're going to, okay, actually, it's supposed to be on top. Each item is going to be within it. That's each accordion item. Then it's question. Then answer. And then we have the index, right? So going to be using the string right here. Backticks. And we specify our index right here. So this will allow us to be able to control. This will be able to allow us to control what we are opening at the same time what we are closing, right? So yeah, you click on this. Okay, for some reason we're not seeing values. Let's see now. So this item. We're missing anything. Oh, we have value there. Call your item. A value. Okay, we have value here as well. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, let's see. Somehow this doesn't work. Alright. Let's investigate out why that is. Okay. Alright, so we have the index. And so I'm just going to figure out why this is not working as expected, but it should. So item 0. So let's refresh this again. Oh, okay. It's actually it's working. I just needed to refresh it. Yeah, I think that's pretty decent. And if you really want to like customize it more, like change the icon or whatever, you can check the lesson that we are having, right, and use that to basically achieve that. So it's pretty simple. You can check previous lesson. I demonstrated that, but due to time, we just want to stick with what we have. Okay, so here we have to style this. So for some reason, we're needing a setup from the previous component. I think this one. So yeah, we're needing all of this. All right. Okay. So we're going to. Okay, I can see this is actually taking like 20% of the screen, and this one is taking like the rest. So we can do that. So the most simplest way to go about this, either use flex or use grid, right? So I'm just going to use flex. So this one needs to have a width of 20%, and the other one we have to have a width of 80, making 100 view width as usual. right? So this one will have a weight of like 80. So we could kind of make it kind of even 40, 60. That should be fine. Okay. So now let's do gap. Okay, gap of 16. So yeah, here's account for mobile. Okay, nice and sweet. Let's go. Take it. Sorry, oops. I'll make it smaller and smaller. Let's see what we're going to have. Boom, we can see we still have very good structure. So, but one thing we want to do is it's too much. We have to make the gap like 8. At the same time, we have to make sure that this one only applies for when it's a medium device. Okay, so yeah, so on the mobile you're going to stretch to the very end. Sweet. Alright, nice. So here, even on the mobile, you can be able to scroll to the right and do your stuff. Nice. Okay, so yeah, so there we go. And the next thing that we will be focusing on is do you love the current state of your skin section? Right, so we're going to just build this out. And so there's a question section. So we have to quickly run through all of this. So let's pin this right here. And you can unpin the rest. Okay, so this will actually be a section. And the other good thing about this is we can control some of the states, right? So you come in here and say this is the text that we are having. Okay. So yeah, we're going to have 2 buttons. And so we import one. Already comes with when you clone from, clone the starter branch, you should have that. And so the other one will be something related, right? So the text here is actually very small. We have yes, and the one we have in the second one is no. There is 65 center. So the question that has been asked, we can use the same thing that we used in the question or the FAQ part. So we can actually just grab the entire text configuration and we're going to put it in here as the class name, put it there. And yeah, so we should be able to have something similar to what we're having. So what we're going to do is to try to see the distance in between here and here. That's 40. So you can do empty 40 pixel. Okay, so yeah, so there's lots and lots of shadows and BG white and rounded full, right? And what else? Let's check that out. And text black, text primary. Okay, so over text white. Yeah, so we can just get the same thing and use it as a class for the other button. So if we go in here, boom, 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 nice. Okay, so what else do we have? We have a little bit of space in here, which is 10. So we have 10 pixels right there, and that should be able to separate the buttons a bit. And the question that we are having is actually safe, right? Because we're positioning it at the middle, and we just do text center. Okay, so we'll reduce the font size a bit, right? So what we have in here is select one. It's 49. So what we have is 150. So it's related. So we might not want to like change it more. Okay, so then we can actually move on to the other section. We're going to build out this one. So this basically revolves around grabbing the image and boom, we can just position this text on it. Or we will have a div, have this text already positioned, and worry about the rest. All right, so we're going to continue. And so what we are doing here is to build out this component. I don't know what we call this. It may be skincare or something. So let's check it out. Oh, large banner section. I think this is the name. Okay, so we're going to just change this to section. And after that, we're going to use this image as a background, right? So then we can have the text. So we can have the text as it's actually div, right? So we can have it in there. So I'm going to just select it and put it in there. And also we're going to scroll down to the very bottom, right there. And we have background image one, which is the bubble we specified earlier. We can make a different one, and I just call this banner. And I'm going to check my public images. Right, let's see where we are having that banner. So we have BG blog, okay, G1, G2, Instagram icon kit, medium icon, 3 shape texture. Can't find it here, device overlay. Okay. Okay, that means we don't really have this, we don't have it. Okay, so if that's the case, we are going to export it. Click on it, export, preview, boom. Oh, it's actually Melissa. Oh, I see. It's Melissa. Right, so if you check the Melissa P, not Melissa P, just this one. Oh, it's different. It's two different people. Okay, let's export this one. I want to export it alongside the shape. Right, so export. There we go. So I need to export the shape, excluding the text. Right, something like that. So export. Boom. So come in here. I'm just going to rename this to banner, and I should even delete every other thing that we once exported. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this into our folder, and I'm just going to grab this, put it here. So we have banner right there. Nice. Okay, so to config, we're going to be using banner, the PNG. Okay, so go in here, and we have this text. It's actually white, text white. for medium. Okay, so it's actually large as well. So text is actually just like this. Alright, so let's see what we have so far. So refresh. Oops, we can't see anything. That's weird. Oh, that's because it doesn't have a background. So we're going to do here bg banner. Okay, so now we don't want it to repeat. We don't want the background to repeat itself. So we're going to do bg now repeat. Right, so we're going to have one and full width and bg cover. Right, so now we need to give it a very good height. So the height that we are having here though, okay, the height that we're having here is like 760. Okay, yeah, there we go. So now we need to bring this guy in here somehow. Right, so let's do content. Content might not really work, but let's say, yeah, content will only give us this. Yeah, which I think is still fine, not bad. So we're going to already know the height. We're going to flex items and so you can come here and just play around with the px. Okay, so pattern left can be 8. Okay, so the distance from here to here 64. Right, nice. Okay, so yeah, I think the font actually feels smaller. Not really even up to this. I would just say 33, something like that. Yeah, something like that, to be honest. Okay, so we want to make sure that this is actually centered. So we're going to have an upper layer, div and section. Let's justify center. Okay. Okay, so somehow it's not centered. Let's investigate why that is. Should we have the full width? And let's add a background layer to debug it. Oh, somehow it's not moving this guy to the center. Okay, so let's do that. That should move it. Okay. Okay, not really. That's weird. Okay, justify center. We already have the full width. Not item center, not sure that's what we need. This should work, honestly. Okay, so let's investigate why that is happening. Oh, okay. Actually, it's filled up, right? So the contain causes a false impression, right? So, but when you use cover, you're going to stretch and try to cover the entire layout. That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay. So let's give it. No, it's fine. We're going to give it a max width. Well, I think the width is actually covering the entire thing, though, just like this. Okay. So let's do background position. So we're specifying background right top, background bottom. Let's see this if this works. No, this only allows it to show the bottom, right? So we want to be able to show the top sides as well. Okay, let's do BG center. Does that work? Let's see. Okay, so this will actually just contain the centered part, which is fine. So that means we have to control the the rounded state ourselves. Right, so going to click on this little thing. Okay, there we go, there we go. What's the rounded nature of that? Okay, so yeah, I think I couldn't check that out, but yeah, let's check this one. Select this guy and 64. Here we go. Okay, that's 64, and I'm just going to round it here. Rounded 64 pixel. Okay, so that should round it, but if it doesn't, we're going to put it here. Right, so on the image itself, and that should round it for us. Nice. So now we can actually, focus on it and everything will still work as expected. Okay, so page center. Let's assume that we're doing this for the medium devices. If we have this, we're going to have something like this on mobile, which is fine, right? Which is very fine. And come here, boom, we have this, right? So perfect, perfect. So I think the possibilities are endless. Play around with it with the way you want to go about it and so on. And yeah, I think that's actually it. So do MD. So mobile can just be height. We'll reduce the height a bit. Then we can do 400 for mobile. Yeah, 400 is fine. It's very decent, right? So desktop can be this large. Mobile, boom, nice, nice and concise. Okay, so now we have a different section, and this one basically just contains the logo and everything. So let's see if we are separating those two sections or not. So I'm going to close out on everything. We have the footer section, so we are not separating it. We have to make sure they all fit into the footer section. So I'm going to pin this. I'm going to include this section right here, and in here I'm going to have like 2 to 3 divs, right? So we're going to have 1, 2, and 3. Well, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's fine. So 1, 2, 3. And the first div will be responsible for both the logo and this side of things. And we need to be able to create this component and reuse it, by the way. and abstract component. So we'll call this, we don't need all of this, app store, just an app store component or something. Okay, so yeah, we can actually use that button and just reuse it. And all right, so there we go. So the first one, we have a div, and the div basically has an image, and the image is basically located as /images/logo, something like that. So here we can specify our auth, right? And what else? So we need the app store. Yeah, I'm gonna put a button here. So let's build it. Let's build out the button. So what does the button contain? So it's very basic. So we have two divs. So we have 1, 2. So the first step basically is an image. Okay. So this will be the icon, and this one will be /images/ so icon.png. And the next thing is going to be download day. And apart from that, we have the other text app stop. Okay, so we're going to now check out other things. Okay, so we continue quickly, and the next thing we're going to do is, obviously just check up what we've been doing so far, and we already have all of these now, and they are all white, right? So text white. So I'm going to copy that and paste it right here, and we already have the hyper icon. So what we're going to do here is we're going to flex it, give it a little gap of say 4. Right, and then we have this and this. So font here is going to be bold, right, compared to here. So here the font is actually very tiny. Okay, so oh, the text actually isn't an actual text. That's so weird. All right, so let's do it. So I understand this is actually supposed to be text 12 pixels or something. It's as small as that. All right, so let's go. Scroll down to the bottom. So we have the lobby, then we don't have the App Store button. Okay, so the background is black. Okay, so we have pretty black. Okay, nice. Okay, so we have to make sure that it's actually just inline block. This will make it truncated. The background should truncate at least. No, it isn't. Oh, we just use inline flex. Okay, so the gap can be 2. Let's move this. Okay, so the paddings on the side is actually like 11, top bottom, like all round. Okay, so rounded here is like, can't say it, but it looks like more of the, oh, it's 12 actually. actually 12 pixel. Okay, sweet. So now we can do flex and justify between item center. Nice. Okay, so the other part is we're going to bring out all of this into whatever we've been doing so far. And the way we go about that, it's very straightforward, right? So we're just going to come down here in this second div and we'll put this here with the articles on Medium. Actually, it's difficult to copy the entire thing. Okay, so we have this like a div. Ooh, we don't have it, so border. And also follow us on Instagram, right, and TikTok. And LinkedIn. Okay, so yeah, so basically this basically have like two divs, right? Here that contain all of this text, and then we have this app store thing again. Yeah, so now let's build out everything that we have in here. So how large is this test? So this test is actually, what we've been doing before, basically. So I'm going to grab that from maybe a VK section. So we have all of it here. So I'm going to grab all of those classes. Yeah, I could have actually run its own config and just use it repeatedly. Right, but yeah, we're actually in a rush today. And I'm just going to do a class name, paste that in there, and yeah, we should be good. Okay, so one of the things that is very vital here is we need to be able to, okay, before that, let's see, spacing there is 36. Okay, so margin bottom 36 pixel. Nice. So now we want to bring all the images in for medium and so on. So let's do that. So here we have an image, then we have a source, and normally we have not. So this is actually medium icon or logo. And we're going to give them a class, and this is going to be inline. Right, so here can actually be slash images slash I think we have medium icon, medium underscore icon.png. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Okay, medium underscore icon, are we okay there? PNG, that's so correct. Slash images slash medium. Okay, so let's rephrase that. Okay, so it's there. Nice. So what else? We need one of Instagram, TikTok, and then LinkedIn. So we need all of those icons to be able to finish off what we've started. So I'm going to grab this and put it here, and we just change the name to a small letter, Instagram logo, and I think we already have it here. Instagram, where the hell are you? Okay, there we go. And it's going to be So Instagram icon. Okay, so let's check it out. Good. There's the TikTok. Okay, so we have TikTok here. Okay, and then finally we have the LinkedIn. So we have the LinkedIn icon. Okay, and also where we are having the and, we can just give you a little bit of space. And okay, I'm presenting BSP. I should give it a space right there. And okay, let's see. I'll copy this one and put it here. Okay, so nice. I think that's it. So now we basically have to structure it in terms of like the sizing. So here, from here is like 120. Okay, so yeah, so we're going to structure it a bit. Okay, we have the MX, so it's actually the footer section, so we could control it from the parent side of things. And I could just have a preview that goes around it. So yeah, so we basically have something that looks like that, which makes sense. And the same thing we're going to do for everything, right? So that's why we don't need to just use padding top and bottom. We want the top to reflect as well as the bottom, right? So, oh, okay. Oh, not really. So I need a style not in here. Okay, but I think here. Okay, nice. Exactly, this is what I wanted. Right, so you can see it's inside a bit, and then we need a way to be able to display all of this, right? So for now we can just take this out to save time. Let's focus on just building out this side of things. So here we can just create a very small array for it, and I'm just going to quickly come in here, come into data, and ideally you can make this an object so you can add the links to it as well, but for now I'm just going to use their respective names. So you copy that and paste it in there. Oh, copy doesn't seem to work. That's weird. So 2024 art digital skincare, and then we have the careers. All right, and we have the privacy policy, and we have the money policy. And then we have the terms of use, right? So yeah, so this is everything that we're having. Okay, so now we're going to add it to this one. So we're going to map through this, and we have the item, we have the index, and all we need here is obviously just the text, and here we just put in the item, and also we specify the key, so that would be the index. So we have flows, we have a gap. So the gap between here though and here, we have to eyeball it because design is a little bit messed up. So let's do 20 pixel, and alright, so let's see what we have so far. Okay, so we need to be able to select one of this. Somehow it doesn't select it. So weird. So hiding cannot be ungrouped. How can it? No, for some reason it's just a weird setup, to be honest. Now I see. Now I can see it. So this is one of those texts, right? This is one of those texts, and I can see the text here. So I'm just going to change color to that. So we have the text, and then we have the hash, and then we have 40. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is going to be very similar with what we're having there, right? But it's fine. So we're going to make sure that we put this here actually. Nice. So distancing 1 to 8. Alright, so we have the 1 to 8 pixel, and yeah, so there we go. So I think with this we've really covered everything. But yeah, before we actually call it a day, so let's make sure that everything works so fine in the desktop, in the mobile version. Okay, so let's go there, and our animation is working as expected. Good for us. Okay, scroll up, we have the color, nice, looking nice and clean. Oh, this seems to be too much, so let's look for a way to fix it. So maybe in mobile devices I don't want to use a background image, but I will use something else. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to search for will it, yeah, something like that. I'm going to search for that, and bubble text, so I can control it here. Okay, so background, this will be for medium devices. So let's give it a very cool background color. So scroll here to the top again. So let's select this. So BG, we'll put the hash there, and then we do hashtag. Okay, so let's check this out again. Boom, there we go. So now that we have this kind of setup, we don't need to specify a width anymore, right? So whatever we're having with the width, it's not needed, right? So yeah, so we can just come here. We can just come maybe around here. So what we're going to do here, we're going to do, okay, so if it's medium, the width should just be what it is. right? So okay, so let's look for a very clear way to achieve this, because I think the only problem we are having is the fact that this text is going out of control. Yes, it's going out of control. So um, but then if we remove the if we remove the bubbles, it's just going to go off actually. So we can do bg. So this can actually just be hidden and end the block. Okay, so do that one hidden and then the source with the background. So the background can just be transparent at least. So that way you don't even know if it's going out of scope or whatever. But there's still a problem, right? So even if you have that kind of structure, the width still affects it, right? So, but before that, let me see if I can control the font. So I'm going to do text, maybe 12 pixel. I should put a very small fix. Nice, right? So nice. So you could do this, or you can do 14, which is okay, not bad. And then we need to be able to do justify center, right? So justify center will not be our thing anymore. So this will be for medium devices, right? So it should just be from the get-go. And then we can do our pattern X14, right? Okay, pattern X14. This is for medium, right? So pattern left to just be 16. So pattern left 16, let's check that out. It should be fine, right? So yeah, so we'll just make sure that the background now is transparent. Yeah, so that should do it, at least for the most part. And then we have the py on the other end. py6. Oh, okay, no, not too much, too much. Okay, this is py. We'll just do margin bottom 4. Let's check that out. Okay, what about margin top? 6. Sweet. Okay, so that is good for mobile. And yeah, so let's check this one out. You can see we have it very swipeable, still on a mobile point side of things, and that is actually very much okay, right? So that's wonderful. Okay, so we'll move over. Are we having like a scroll issue? All right, so we have to make sure that there's no overflow whatsoever. So I'm going to lock the whole page, and we're going to do overflow X hidden. Yeah, so there's no more overflow, and that doesn't mean we shouldn't be able to. You can still be able to control this, but it doesn't move annoyingly into a separate component. Nice. So this still works fine, perfect. And these are good buttons. These are little component. Now I have issues with here. So here it seems that it's too big. We have to limit it in a way. And we're going to go to the footer. And in the footer, we're going to add a new class to all of this. So let's do MB with full. So this is for the medium, whatever. And we want to do with 20 pixel for the medium logo. Let's try that out. Okay, so this can actually just be 40 pixel. It's fine. So let's check it out on
on the desktop side of things. At the same time, we could even like use, let me rephrase this again. Okay, there we go. So if we have it big this way, so yeah, so we have it. I think it's okay like that. Okay, maybe a little bit bigger. And go 50. Go small device. You can do 30. Nice. So yeah, so we're going to replicate this. Okay, so this, and that. So this should be able to fix it in real time. And boom, there we go. I think guys, with this we've come to the end of this lesson.